Ruler School is brought to you by Odyssey Games, where you can go to pre-order upcoming Force of Will sets, ccgprime.com for singles and supplies, cardodoko.com for those rulers in the international market looking for product, the Ruler School Circuit Series now taking orders on our Q3 2024 circuit kits, and our guest lecturer members, Fight Ramen. Class is in session. Hey there, rulers! Welcome to my basement. Welcome to the second to last online GP of the season here in the United States. I'm DMO73 Jeremy Franklin, and look who's here.
I am 073MD.
It's Paul. It's Paul.
Believe it or not.
We are here.
I do exist.
He does, in fact, exist. We are here. We're going to be having round one. Looking forward to it. We have 29 players today. We have 29 players today, 5 rounds, no lunch break. It'll be 60-minute rounds. Looking forward to seeing what the spread is here. A little bit of a smaller crowd than we anticipated, but a lot of people who already have unpaid invites paid or unpaid invites have stepped out of the way. And there's only one unpaid invite in this event. So not terribly surprised that we have a smaller crowd, but it should be fine and pretty cool spread to see. We're already starting here. We have getting ready with our round one, we have Logan Moses, who is on Odin as one of our two. So we'll see exactly what he decides to play. Looking forward to seeing what we have played out today. This Odin deck is pretty sick. If it's the same one he was playing at Caseyville, this Odin deck is pretty sick. It's a pretty cool evolution on the Lindley Odin build, doing his own thing. So we're looking forward to it. So we're going to cut just to a quick break here so I can get like just a, kind of... Give me a second while I get the first round started here, and then we're going to come back and get commentating. So Paul's here, I'm here, players are here. It's going to be a good time. Let's get into it.
some point.
Are you able to see my screen, Logan?
Yeah, I can see it.
Give me. I think my internet might be. Give me 1 second.
I mean, you're coming.
I can't. Yeah, I just can't see anything. On.
Try leaving and then coming back in.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I gotta leave. Duh.
Let's see here.
What if I click on this?
Okay, we're just getting stuff set up here, making sure cameras are good before we get started. These guys are on an independent time clock, so we don't have to worry about anything else. So we've got the camera grab good here, and we'll be right back.
You might have to restart Discord on your computer.
Oh, like. You're good too. There's
Actually,
the
like,
will
really
coin.
loud. So like I turned that
I
all the way
don't
down.
have actual will coin, so.
So I don't know what to do with that.
Okay, we are here.
Better.
So we're getting into it. As always, if we're not, if we're
Wait, were we at the shop last
not, if we're too loud or anything else, you just let us know in the chat. But we are getting in
Yeah,
here.
that's right. 'Cause I
We
forgot
have,
it was-
oh,
that's
I
right,
gotta
it's,
switch the names
Jeez, feels like 2 weeks.
here.
I know. I'm gonna go 3 back.
Doop. We have
Okay.
Josh Carrot on the left playing a K1 Jean list, which I think is very, very cool. We also saw a K1 Jean list in the first round of Swiss at Caseyville as well, which was very, very fun.
What are your? I assume you're on gate.
I'm on Odin.
And we have Order
Oh, you
Odin
are
on the
Odin.
right.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
I imagine we're going to see a lot of
I
repeating
will
faith
put
revivals
3
and
back
sphinxes on the
as
side of Logan, which puts it K1's in an interesting spot here because a lot of the main spot removal for the
Alright.
deck comes from
Ready when you are.
Alrighty. I will Hollow Stone.
comes from like one
It
drops.
is a Moon
Which
Jade.
does make things a little bit tricky for a Sphinx when it drops, as well as Odin having access to the Winds of Olympus, or no, Winds of Asgard.
Winds of
The
Asgard.
white,
Winds of
blue, green
Asgard.
one.
Just free barrier for everything.
I will
Yep.
On the field.
tap Nameless Girl for mastery of
Very
the
strong.
for the fate of the girl.
We're gonna try to Fate of the Girl here right off the top.
That
We do not have
is
access to. Oh, and it got to resolve. That is big. That is Winds of the Fate of the Girl gets you a lot of value over the course of the game with this
Pass
deck.
turn with that.
That time we see a
Alright.
pass.
I will drop a turn.
Are we gonna see an ordered Mistletoe here? You think?
I will take 2.
I mean, that would be optimal.
Alright.
That's true. 2 damage to Logan before recovery here.
Play and Odin enters the Game of Gods to look at
2 damage before recovery.
That is good.
There we go.
Odin enters to try to dig a little bit here, set up some things. We see a. Do we see a Brunhild get RFG'd?
Still see those? Yeah, you can. Yeah. Alrighty. This one will go to hand. A King's Dragon will go to grave, and then
King's Dragon and a
King's
mirror in the RFG. Okay.
Alrighty.
Interesting. Interesting.
Oh, you're doing the. I see.
A
Okay.
King's Dragon getting to
then I'll attack.
Yep.
recover everything.
Oh,
Recover
with
again.
repeating Faith Revival, that's pretty good.
Really, really good.
Yeah,
It
just
immediately refunds
Route
the
taking
recursion. It's really nice.
That's the one that you banish it to produce 3 whites.
now we
right?
have
Jewel
Correct.
tree.
It's tap, discard a card, remove itself
Um,
from the game.
Jewel. I think it's just Yggdrasil.
Yeah, you're ordering it.
This is the
Yep,
one that
that's good.
produces
Enter trigger.
Triple white. Yeah, I'm just
Triple
trying to
white.
find it.
very solid. So it's just a free repeating faith revival, which is really nice.
We will go and we will find.
Just trying to find where it is.
I know it's not something you see a lot.
I've started using it in Seer Abdul. I just legitimately don't remember its name.
I'm just glad this card's
No,
finally
you're
getting
good.
play. There was a while there it just didn't see any play at all.
Yeah, it's a really cool card. I
kinda
use it as a
interesting
one
at
of
this point.
in my my K what
Sapling.
sapling. There we go. Thank you.
Sapling.
I use it as a one of in my Seer Abdul list in the treasury items area just to be able to help ramp into a
Right.
Sphinx
Go with my
potentially,
turn.
which is really nice.
Really helpful.
Draw.
Yep.
Okay. So you can banish it for
Yes, 3 white.
white.
Banish for 3 white and being able to protect it with Winds of Asgard is pretty huge here.
Mm-hmm.
Very hard to kill. The
Before
one thing that
untap.
Josh does have going for him agast a Sphinx, at least the first one, is the ability to do that Shiva.
have the
If
mana
you
to do
can
that
order,
anyways.
if
Yeah,
you
never
can
mind.
do
I will, just go to
solarization for
untap.
Shiva, then
Yeah.
the Shiva can spot remove the Sphinx, right?
All stuff.
Unless it's ordered. If
Yep.
it's ordered, you're in for a bad time.
All right. The Pure Heart 6 Age.
Pure Heartstone coming down here.
Probably not gonna be super relevant, but there is an addition destruction function on the sapling too.
That's true.
So
Not,
that's-
it could be, yeah,
That's
that's true.
actually kind of relevant in
With-
this matchup with the Nameless Girl edition.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see.
We'll
I-
just pass with that.
We're just gonna pass.
I'll know
Interesting.
next up.
I imagine
Mhm.
we're going to see
I
an ordered
will-
Sphinx here.
Attempt to activate Sprout by discarding.
What do we dis?
Mhm.
Yep, there's definitely a Sphinx in hand. I don't think you want to get rid of the girl staring at. That feels like a card that's just really good overall. I would imagine we're probably going to
We'll
discard.
discard a girl staring at.
Oh, we're discarding the girl staring at. Okay, I would have thought that we maybe would have
Quick.
discarded the mirror because the K1 Jean list
And
kind of
then,
just can play 2-drops, so mirror doesn't feel nearly as good.
Go to 34, tapping my Moonshade for a blue. a
And
death
order
eight.
Sphinx. Going down to 34 for Logan.
What is Sphinx's toughness?
Oh, wrong one.
Wrong Sphinx.
So she does.
That's the
barrier
OG
for
Sphinx.
Okay.
We're gonna start playing
but
mini
currently
games.
she is a
Can we do it?
20
We should
she
get
is a
someone in
17,
post to give us a
21 ordered by Odin.
mini game counter of how many times the Sphinx mini game
Oh.
is played over the course of this event.
Um,
13, 17. This is
Hmm.
gonna. This is
and
going to
then
be
she turns
very,
all
very
damage to
good.
800 anyways.
Yes.
So
I'm in danger.
Yeah, for sure. And she's getting bigger, by the way. So right now she's currently a 4-drop, so she is sitting
nothing
at base stats of being a
Oh.
17-21 before the minigame's even
We don't
played
have the
because of the
adventure girls,
order.
like,
Mm-hmm.
The order
Yep,
grants it to be
um,
bigger. And we're probably going to send a... Do we send a Brunhild to the grave to make it even bigger?
So the question is he
Sure.
even
Yeah,
playing
sure, fine.
Brunhild?
That's a great question.
Because when I played against a version of this deck, they didn't play Brunhild,
What do we
and I think it was just for room.
Yeah, that's true.
Um,
Oh, yeah, just send in a Dark Alice. Yeah, you're right.
That's interesting.
nowadays,
It's probably deck thinning. Like
Deck thinning or setting a keep the bay.
That's true.
You what now?
That's very, very true. I mean,
Disagree.
Logan
Yeah, I'm
does
just
kind of have a
trying to
full
keep that
hand
in
already
mind. It's
here.
gonna be-
Sphinx is going to be
Oh, no,
swinging
no,
in
it's
for
still,
minimum 17, maximum
still,
21.
17, 21.
Yep, because of the pump
Oh,
ups.
okay.
Yeah. That's
Very hard to kill. You have
Um,
and now that it's ordered, the Sphinx
yeah.
or the
anything
um,
else in your end step?
Shiva becomes practically a
no.
dead card. Like this. The problem is in this particular matchup with K1,
Uh,
outside
before
of
you draw,
something
how
like
much
a
mana
girl
do you got?
staring at,
0 mana.
Girl, man.
like girl staring at would have to blanket and then try to kill
Um,
it, which is rough when you only have 2 will. Now there is a world where
I'm
in this
go- I
exact line we could go
wanna-
cast Rogue Spectator,
do that.
give Logan the Rogue Spectator, make 2 will, use Chryso Barrel plus 1 of the 2 will, girl staring at, then Thunder Parasol. But that fully taps us out, and if Logan has a
Then you'll
single
go
Winds of Asgard in
3,
hand,
yeah,
it
still
just
have that.
immediately doesn't do
It
anything.
feels very bad.
Yeah, for sure. But it's like this would be the
Yeah,
moment to go
here's
for
the
it,
down,
right?
yep.
Because he's fully tapped
So,
out.
drop turn.
Yep, draw.
But
yep, you're good to draw,
Against
yep.
Odin, having Winds of
Untap.
Asgard it
Yep,
would be
untap
really,
is
really
good.
rough.
Alright. And then would you like to name chant or non-chant for
Minigame.
Right.
I think
I
I
would
would
do
grab
non-chant.
non-chant in this matchup.
So it is a non-chant.
It is a non-chant, so
you gain
Josh gets to
13.
gain 1,300 life,
Okay.
which
And
is
you draw a
nice.
card, right?
And then Logan gets to draw
And
that
I
card.
I draw
That is
mechanized
a
card.
mechanized
He's at
Fenrir.
53, but
Oh, you have to reveal it.
like normally I've seen just Sphinx swing.
Well,
it.
Sphinx will just take it back.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. Is it's like you're healing your opponent,
Yep.
but really you're just gonna give it to yourself.
Yeah, so we're not changing life
Pretty good. I mean,
because
Yeah.
it's just
Well,
gonna
it's
happen.
gonna be even more. So you might as well change it because currently the Sphinx is swinging for 17. So even though it
Yes.
gave 13,
Yeah,
it's gonna
it's
actually swing for 17.
17 at you.
Oh, here we're gonna wait to see if there's
no
a
blocks.
response.
No blocks is declared. Contact is hit. 17 damage comes in and 17 life gain for Logan. So it goes down
I got myself at 36.
36 to
Okay.
51.
And then he's
And
got
then
that's
drain
got
trick.
drain, right?
So you're
on
welcome
that
for the
drain
life.
Trigger.
Oh,
Yep.
we're gonna
I
go for the
will
Rogue
take one.
Spectator. Go down to
Trigger goes
35 in response to the
35,
drain trigger.
attempt to cast Rogue.
So we're gonna try to stop the life gain. I don't hate that play here.
Or I suppose I gotta keep it on the field.
Does King's Dragon recover all your entities?
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Yeah,
goodness gracious.
Yep.
Okay.
Rogue is good.
Okay.
So we got to stop a life
Venture's
gain.
Good, or
Yep. Yeah. That's all.
So that's pretty good. But now we can repeating Faith Revival the King's Dragon recover and swing again. That's truly disgusting.
I will.
I think you just go for it, right?
2.
Yeah, it's gonna
Make
pay
it a
2. We're gonna see
2/2.
that repeating Faith Revival come down here. This is
Play a repeating Faith Revival. put King's
unchaseable. We're
Dragon back
gonna
into play.
reanimate the King's Dragon.
and
We
I
get to
can't chase
recover
it,
the
so
Sphinx
that
Correct.
is good.
And all of our stones.
and all the
King's Dragon
stones.
enter.
Fossil Girl right now. A Fossil Girl right now would be pretty cracked.
How
It
much
would.
will do you have right now?
Fossil Girl,
Perfectly zero.
Lorite.
You can
On
make a
his
bunch of will.
enter,
Oh, okay.
We're gonna attempt to tap Fate of the Girl to give you Rogue.
Gonna give him a
Sure.
Rogue Spectator. We got
that'll
extra
give you a
will.
Blue and red. If I put it like that, you kind of know it's.
Yeah, I'll also take a sideboard card just so we are.
So we have a Rogue Spectator
Yeah,
being
just
given.
so
We got extra will here. We got blue and red floating.
And I will make a blue and a red.
What are we gonna use with that blue and a red?
Then with that, I will use that blue and a red for Metal Helix.
That's not
Lightning
well.
Helix.
This is so Metal Helix is gonna
Metal
get to
Helix.
draw us some cards, right? So I don't hate
That
this
is-
here.
Okay.
It's not gonna kill anything, but it is gonna get us to be able to draw some cards, which we absolutely need to be able to not die.
We are
Because if we can
looking
Fossil
for-
Girl here, if we can get some way to stop the King's Dragon recovery, this is a very like the amount of pressure that Josh can put on with the Sphinx being tapped, and like there is and
Change the
Logan
deck
being
up
fully
for
tapped
it.
out does put him in a position to be able to answer this board state. The problem then becomes like repeating Faith Revival keeps coming back, but it's not terrible.
I will remove Fate of the Girl and Executioner.
So we're gonna
So
burn the
they'll
board
deal
for
10 to the board.
which
and
shows only
then I'll
8.
draw 2.
and then draw
Okay,
2 cards.
so Rogue
But then
Spectator.
because he gave him the rogue, we also get a
I will
trials trigger.
Trigger off
Mhm.
the Rogue.
He's dealing
kill.
10 and drawing 2.
Don't forget you need to draw 2 before you trigger trials to finish
Yep.
resolving. Yep, just making sure. So this is not. I mean, that does get us. Okay, so hear me out. If we have a way to answer this board, and we stop the
Many
recovery,
cards?
Nah, you're good.
that doesn't worry about Winds of Asgard. The treasury to get here is Miracle Millennium Medicine. So then after we've killed them, we
Um,
take the Sphinx and the Dragon and we tuck them back into the deck.
So, and then the search trigger.
Is my thought. That's what I would go. I mean, it's not great, but it is certainly an option. I don't think we're necessarily going to see that this is what's being played in this deck, but it is something you could grab.
This feels like a desperation. Unless there's something I'm
Scroll.
not thinking of.
Scroll draws you another 3.
I mean, if he's digging for cards, he doesn't have the cards in hand, which feels real bad.
Fleeting Moonjewel to get a treasury off the top into hand. I just don't know what the treasury deck is, right? That's the
Yeah,
biggest piece.
That's my biggest concern too.
Yeah,
He's
we'll
looking at
go
17 more damage.
Fleeting Moonjewel.
Fleeting
So we're gonna
Moonjewel.
get to cheat something in,
Enter trigger to put a
That's helpful.
moon
or a treasury into the field.
addition from my hand on the field.
What? It's a moon or a treasury?
Nothing.
Oh, he doesn't
doesn't
have
Uh,
anything. No.
And then
Logan does have a mirror in hand too.
Well, he doesn't have will, so that doesn't matter.
yeah, still in response. I
Oh, it is
know.
at 3 stones.
I know you're gonna get the enter no matter what.
Oh, okay. So we don't have an answer to the enter to stop the
'cause that
recovery.
Cancel.
You have a lot of
Doesn't do that, but
answers in hand. We've got mirror, dragon
so,
statue.
Yeah, that enter is you have a Dark Alice in your graveyard, right?
Yes.
So now Logan's
And
getting
you
all
do
these stones
have
back.
it in your graveyard.
And the Sphinx is gonna
So
get to
still
swing
bef-
again.
Still before enter, I will
But still, before that
crack
happens, we're-
this for a
looks like
blue and a
we're-
moon.
Blue and a moon. We're immediately using the will. We're immediately sacking it. Here's the big.
I will use white and a moon
Okay.
to do
for
girl
at.
staring at. Okay, I don't hate this line.
It's a little awkward because the enter ability is
Draw.
already on the stack. Right?
Well, yeah, that's the biggest.
And-
Like,
That's the biggest problem.
Still on the enter, I will use the blue to Misty Dragon the King Dragon.
It's
so that's good. Like, this is not a bad line here to at least get
You,
the
set it to 0
King's
and
Dragon off the
destroy it,
field, right?
pretty
And
much.
then because we're under girl staring
It's
at,
a-
Logan wouldn't
it's
be able to.
non-water, right?
Logan wouldn't be able to
yeah.
just reuse the fleeting moon jewel or the
How many cards do you have in hand?
wouldn't be able to just
I have,
reuse the
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6 cards.
repeating Faith Revival to bring the King's Dragon back again, because if it hadn't been for Girl Staring At, killing this King's Dragon is the worst move that you could make, because then the Sphinx will swing, will repeating Faith Revival the King's Dragon again, and then swing again, and then the game's over. But as it stands,
Remind me,
And I
does
also have,
Chryso Barrel
will coins
tap for a natural?
it
white?
does cost 1 for Chryso Barrel here.
Okay.
But we used the blue from the Fleeting Moon Jewel for it.
Okay.
So we
keep
have
track of this too. One thing died of a human.
Okay.
Good or
goes
Yeah,
to
that's-
bottom of deck.
trials trigger
Yep.
Statue goes to the bottom of deck.
does.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that. That's a happy little. I like that. Thank you. Sorry.
So now we get to recover and swing for still 17. Because the ability of the order can't be removed even to the Girl Staring At. So we're still hitting
Wheel
for
grab,
1700
magical
damage.
wind chime,
Oh, and we didn't kill anything.
produce for chance, and then
Wait 1 sec. How did we? Hold on 1 second. Okay, we got it.
We fixed it.
We did.
17.
Swing for 17. Takes him down to 17. He will get to make a. He will get to make another. He will get to make a human token at the end of this turn because a human died, but won't get any drain off of it though.
No drain?
It's currently under Girl Staring At, so it won't get a drain.
Oh, the order. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. We got it. We're cool.
So it should be 18 to 34, I think is what they have themselves at.
He was at 34, and then he took 17.
Okay.
He
I think Logan might have him at 35. So tokens at the end of the owner's turn. Rough.
And we're back.
We just repeating Faith Revival a dragon to just say, hey, we're threatening 2 big flyers. Please answer, which makes sense to me.
Let me look at this real quick.
$30 life on Logan's sign for paying for another repeating Faith Revival. Reanimated the King's Dragon just to threaten the lethal damage here, which makes a lot of sense. Something like Keep the Faith could pump up the King's Dragon to push lethal damage. Although I imagine we probably see a Solarized Shiva here to get the King's Dragon off the board. So this is not looking good in game 1 for Josh. This is a pretty powerful board state. Logan's still sitting on probably being able to access Winds of Asgard here to be able to protect something. Solarized Shiva's kind of the best bet. But even then, it doesn't even kill the Sphinx, and the Sphinx is in the air to just swing for 17 for lethal. We would get a Trials trigger. Is it weird that I think the only way we could really try to maybe come back from this is Solarized Shiva and like a mad lad be playing Grail to stop the stones from recovering so that repeating Faith Revival wouldn't be castable?
That feels unlikely.
It feels very unlikely because we're not playing Abdul, but it does feel like, I mean, maybe? So, I don't know. This is a tough spot.
Yeah, you need some sort of wrath effect. But even then, it's like you just kind of revive things.
If we have another Girl Staring At in hand, there's something to be said about Solarize Shiva, get the magical wind chime for killing the dragon, and then the problem is, even if we played Solarized Shiva, it would have to swing into the Sphinx, and so it would just heal Logan even more because it has access to belligerence, so it can attack the Shiva, or the Sphinx, which means it must attack the Sphinx. Good old replicant Shiva doing work. And by doing work, I mean having to run headfirst into a Sphinx. Sacking a stone to the Dark Alice. You said before it feels like desperation. I'm feeling it as well. Is Dark Alice Dark Alice isn't a human, is she?
She is not. Don't do it.
Pull it up just to make sure.
Might be setting
She's
up
a fairy
Zeus
tale
Alice.
were-rabbit. A Zeus Alice?
Interesting.
That's interesting. It doesn't answer the Sphinx, though, is the biggest problem.
Yeah, unless Josh can answer 2 flyers in this immediate moment, the game's over. So I'm already thinking about side decks.
Yeah,
right?
I am as well. I'm thinking about what do we do in the sideboard here.
I think you side in grave removal, and there is grave removal in red. Like that does exist.
That's true. That's true. I think there's something to be said about it comes based on what the treasury items are, I guess.
Yeah. When I played against this Order Odin deck, that was my biggest weapon was just removing things from the graveyard. That was really, really, really helpful. Or just removing things from the field, right? Just if you have that capability of just non-target RFG a thing, that's really good too. Because at this point, it's just a reanimation strategy.
Yeah, that's true, Jeremy. If Josh has liberations in the sideboard, that can really help. Liberations
really
would be really good to be able to spot remove the Sphinxes. We're going to see the Solarized Shiva here, but we've already spent for the Dark Alice, which means now we're not going to get the girl staring at, which is rough. We don't have enough will for the girl staring at this point. Technically, Shiva doesn't even target, but if you Solarize her, she can't even hit the J rulers.
Mm-hmm.
What does King's Dragon do on death?
Nothing.
It does something when it dies.
Does it?
When this card is put into a graveyard from the field, rest all entities your opponent controls.
Oh,
so now the Shiva can't even attack. That's gonna be a game 2, folks.
Yeah, game 2. We're just waiting at this point for Josh to recognize that's. You just get the.
We get a Zeus Alice, so we've got a blocker that can't. Well, do we have a?
I think it flies. Right? It flies.
It does. It has everything now, but it has to. The problem here is it has to attack the Sphinx, and it can't. And it can't kill it. So now it has to also tap itself out to swing in. He will get some life back, so that's relevant, right? So currently we'll be sitting at 14-14. We'll take Josh back up to 32. So tie is back up. At least means that we have a pseudo one more turn. The problem is you're tapped out, and the Sphinx will swing, and then reanimate King's Dragon, and then swing, and then you are dead. Which is the biggest problem here, is that even with the life gain from the Zeus Alice, there's not enough to outpace 2 swings of a Sphinx, which is rough. It's a matter of understanding and evaluating that the Alice must swing into the Sphinx. And I don't think Josh necessarily knows that part of Sphinx or is thinking about that part of Sphinx right now. So because Alice has swiftness, she has to attack that Sphinx. It's also a question of will Logan catch that, or will we have to step in and mention that it has to happen? So we might have to jump in for that moment, because it is a mandatory thing. It's not a if can. So we'll see.
What really makes it rough too is you can't just trade into it neatly because all the damage gets reduced down to 800. Life gain
14 goes up to 32, but that again, full tapped out board, full tapped out stones, and then Logan's at a bajillion life. Not that it matters, but Logan will be able to just swing twice for lethal. Didn't die this turn. Yep, because a human didn't die this turn, there's no Fate of the Girl trigger. So now we just swing twice. We get to play the minigame, we swing, repeating Faith Revival, we swing again. Still calling on chant. So, well, Josh does get to gain some life here. So gained 14 plus another 13. So goes up to being at 45.
here. We'll just make the totals.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Didn't gain the full 14, would have only gained 8. So should be at actually 3,900 life now instead of 45. Okay. Players telling us their life totals. 37 for Josh and 47 for Logan is what we're at.
Well, that's helpful.
That is indeed helpful.
Yeah, accuracy.
If we have a Dark Alice in hand, we can swing 3 times with this King's Dragon. Is that how this is terribly gross? Or a Keep the Faith. We can swing 3 times with this Sphinx. 17 goes down to 20. We're not going to worry about the life gain on Logan's side because I think Logan's just going to kill him this turn.
Yeah.
Do we have a way to get ourselves to... If we have... it would be infinite swings if we have the... sack the Kings plus Dallas and repeating on loop. If we have a Dallas, yeah, for sure. But we need a Dallas first. He can float 1 will though. Float a blue. Interesting. Enter trigger to recover.
I think that blue is there just for any weird things that
Yeah.
Josh might do.
Yeah, for sure.
Because he does technically have 1 will open with that will coin.
Goes down to 3. We just need a way to get rid of the King's Dragon so that we can then reanimate it and do it again.
That's how you do it.
Can he kill the King's Dragon?
Mm-hmm.
Where X is the total cost, highest cost among entities you control. Yep. So target your own. He doesn't have green. So Odin Enters gets to do his thing. I forgot that Odin Enters could pop your own things too. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
and then now we just loop it.
Mhm.
And we've got an extra will floating for a mirror if we need to for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Misty Dragon statue.
Misty Dragon statue can't
Doesn't
even
save you, but it's
he's just gonna
there.
concede it there.
Yeah.
Taking it to game 2. Like we said, going into this matchup, repeating Faith Revival is kind of the card, right?
Yeah.
It's just like does a lot of work. Being
Yep.
able to use the order to dump the King's Dragon to set up that loop is pretty gross.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the most, I think we've mentioned it before, but like liberations are really good to sort of like get rid of Sphinx and disrupt some things. It doesn't like end the problem, but it does help you sort of durdle for time. The most effective way of dealing with this deck is just RFGing stuff or expelling stuff. That's really the way you beat the deck.
Yeah, that's true. Messing with the graveyard turns out good way to mess with the deck, which they have Dark Alice to protect it. But there are ways, Evil Elemental Uprising is a good card. Unchaseable, just I don't want to deal with that.
Essence of Athena's power
Can be useful, very sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, for sure. I'm gonna let these guys know how much time they have left real quick. Just a heads up, guys, you have 29 minutes left on round. Yeah, this is one of those things where I think I don't know Josh's deck enough, right?
Yeah.
How much spot removal he's playing to like be able to support it. Forcing as much spot removal as possible on the treasure tree is arguably, I think, correct. Like,
Yeah.
we need to fight over killing the treasure tree, because if Logan has to take time to get to a Sphinx, then the Jean deck can like set up a pretty nice board, right? Then we can get to things like Electra or stuff like that, and be able to push pressure or get a lot of trials triggers and really set up some pretty gross lines. But you gotta fight the treasure tree. You can't let that thing go far.
Attack order would be good against tree. Which is something we've seen in a lot of Seer decks. It's like good 2-drop and lower removal. Trigger your trials, get good stuff. Yeah, I don't think Logan has to side too much here. Looks like Josh was siding in like 8 or 9 cards. That is a ton.
Yeah, that is a lot. That is a lot.
Which tells me he did not have a main deck answer to this Odin list, which is definitely why he started struggling so bad. Yeah, I think that's a perfectly fine analysis. Sphinx game 1. Can you beat this? No? Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
that gives me a lot of information as Logan.
Yeah, 100%. I have, and that's one of the reasons why I previously in my Seer Abdul list was playing Grail, that I could blanket, and after seeing this treasure tree stuff, I decided to swap it out for a treasure tree, because there are just some decks where like if Seer Abdul can like just cheat out a treasure tree and then like go to its turn and then immediately just hard cast a Sphinx, there are some decks that just cannot deal with it. It's just like, how do I answer this thing that came out so fast? Especially when you then follow it up by judgmenting Abdul in the same turn.
Then you're really sad.
Then it's like, cool,
Yeah.
good luck.
Yeah, it's just very, very optimal, very straightforward play line.
Yeah, this Odin deck was on a win and in Caseyville. It lost to David in game 3, and David ended up was the only Lehen deck in Caseyville to top 8. And there was a very real opportunity for Logan to, it would have come down to breakers, right? But it's Sphinx is one hell of a card for Odin.
Yeah.
And again, in a world of people playing Mirror to stop 1-drops, ordering is a very good way to protect a pivotal 1-drop, right? And being able to follow it up with like a Winds of Asgard with that is also really good against burn, because Winds of Asgard is like, oh, you're trying to play free burn spells? Cool, I'll follow it up with a free barrier spell, right? Like, it's just good. And we're in. Taking order off the coin.
Smart.
Yeah, don't ever give order the coin if you can help it.
Can't quite see Josh's hand to make anything out, but we're playing the Relic? The Grail? Relic Grail? Whatever that's called. It's a Pandora card.
Pandora's Relic Arsenal. Your opponent cannot chase 2 weapon or relic spells you control. Whenever an addition is added, draw a card. The added J-Resonator gains barrier until the end of the game, and you can rest additions to your hand to produce extra will. This is really helpful because you can send white relics to the graveyard when you order the Odin to turn ordering into ramping. Isn't that silly?
Mm-hmm.
It's a very cool tech.
We have our addition.
There's Fate of the Girl. Didn't do a lot of work for us last game, unfortunately. But does set up for the deck to be able to do some pretty ruthless things.
So we have a setting stage for Providence on Josh's side. So that's helpful.
We're going to commit to something here. Paying 2. What are we doing with this will, Josh? Are we trying to play Rogue Spectator just to get a human on board? Okay. Rogue has been given to Logan. Okay, what are we doing with this blue and red?
Every time
Playing
he plays
Falchion?
That Rogue Spectator.
I don't hate playing a Falchion here.
Falchion's really solid.
Because then it would bounce the Rogue back to his hand and he'd get to draw another card, and Falchion would be an 11/11. So, like, that's not bad.
Every single time he plays Rogue Spectator, I expect him to, like, pass it through the screen.
Yeah, doesn't work.
It doesn't work like that.
We are in 2 different locations in the world. Play the Falchion. Nope, Executioner. Okay, we're just going to go for Executioner. Of Orleans. This does get to trigger. This does trigger Trials. We're going to use the Winds of Asgard on the Rogue. Thanks for the Rogue.
Thanks for the free card.
I mean, I don't hate getting rid of it now. The question is Josh running Chev's Tears? Because if Josh is running Chev's Tears, this is actually pretty good, right? To burn that Winds of Asgard right now. Because there's a real world where Chev's Tears could be used in response to the enter triggers for the sapling coming down here if it gets ordered. And if we already burned the Winds of Asgard, then, like, cool, we answered the Sphinx, right? Like, we answered the fast Sphinx.
Mistletoe's here.
Ordering Misty. That's not great. That's not a great spot to be in.
To set up your graveyard.
Logan out here telling us, nah, my deck is not just Sphinx.deck. It's also really cool Pandora weapon Mistletoe.deck. And I'm like, you know what, Logan?
Let's go.
Let him cook.
2 modes. 2 modes.
By buying back, we can make a white by buying back the Pandoras, and then we can attach the Pandora's Sword of Hope to the Mistletoe immediately. Is it Sword of Hope? Is it just Sword of Hope?
I think it is Sword of Hope.
Yep, Sword of Hope. I mean, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
We can pay 1,000 life, which we can drain. Yeah, Mistletoe's like, I don't take damage from anything, so none of that matters.
And that pseudo vigilance is really nice too.
Yeah.
Swing and recover.
Swing and recover it. And then we're just going to
Play a tree.
play a tree, knowing full well that that tree might get killed. This is a really good, like, just a 2-pronged approach. Oh, no. Are we going to... Discard Replicant Odin to Mistletoe to get 5 counters on her and draw a card. Like the problem is the 2-pronged. Oh, hit Winds of Asgard off the top like a mad lad. Like, because now we have the choice of, do we try to answer this Pierce Mistletoe who's going to do a ton of stuff to us, or do we have to try to answer the treasure tree? Like, that's a big piece.
He tapped that Moonshade, so I'm just assuming he lost 2, right?
So we can try to kill the Rogue Spectator, which is helpful, but like a boss Logan just like pitched the Replicant Odin and got another Winds of Asgard. Let's see. How do you deal with this board state as K1 Jean? Misty is not a... Well, Executioner can only destroy a human Resonator, but because Misty is not a human, is she?
No, she's a Wanderer.
She's a Wanderer. Yeah, there's another Winds to just protect the Rogue Spectator.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you do here.
There are outs, but
There's a repeat. Yeah.
yeah. There are outs, but it's never gonna be comfortable for Josh.
The Repeating Faith Revival can also just reanimate the Odin, which also then sets us up for board stat negs.
Mm-hmm. Well, he needs darkness cards in the graveyard to do that.
It's in either player's graveyard that you can just remove stuff from the graveyard. But I mean, even in general, it's a big old flyer. Like Repeating Faith Revival being able to bring back the Odin is gross. Yep, currently sitting at being a 10-10. Could make her a 15-15 with Drain. Yep. So we can pay 1,000 and then hit for 15 and drain back the 1,000 we spent. And Sword of Hope also being able to protect the Mistletoe as well if she would be killed is gross. Like, this is Logan truly gonna Voltron. Are we about to give him Executioner? Are we hard casting an Electra? That actually wouldn't be bad here.
That's a good out. It's a very good out.
But we're not. that would wipe the board. I mean, an Electra here would wipe the board because Mistletoe wouldn't be able to prevent the damage, so it would deal 16 to everything.
And
then
16 to Moses.
Yep, and would trigger trials, which we could use to pump something up. And then, I mean, if it had a way to pump up the Electro, that could be lethal, but unfortunately we just have Metal Helix, which the Metal Helix would at least answer the treasure tree, and it will kill both the Executioner and the Rogue Spectator, so he'll get so yeah, so we'll get 1 trials trigger off of all of this. So Metal Helix here does get to clear the board, does get the ramp off of the way. What are we going to get off of the trials is the thing. What's the best thing to get off of this? I just wish I knew what his treasury deck was.
I think you probably just look for more cards, because one of the best ways to take care of the Misty, right, is just to dragon statue, because they can target J.
That's true.
Right?
A dragon statue would be good.
So I think if I'm Josh, I'm looking for dragon statue, because I've not only pushed Logan's advantage back, I've done it with an extreme amount of mana efficiency,
Mm-hmm.
which is probably the best thing going for Josh right now, is that he's able to keep up with Odin's efficiency relatively well too.
It's just gonna get a Zeus Alice to foiled, so we at least have a blocker that's gonna soak up some of the damage. She's currently a 12/12. Can go up to being a 14/14 if we get to. I mean, if we get a stone to grave, and set up the, being able to block. There is a world where like it's not terrible as a way to kind of answer the Mistletoe. Logan doesn't have a great hand right now. His hand is just repeating Faith Revival, and I didn't see anything else. I didn't see what the other card is.
I think in this situation he's probably fine. Not only is he drawn to another card, he can discard Mistletoe to find another
card. Yeah, we can dig a little bit.
So that's kind of okay.
Did not tap the Sword of Hope before recovery. Interesting choice. What do I... Repeating Faith Revival can bring back the Odin. That's a Somaria. Is that double Repeating Faith Revival plus an Odin? Yeah, we pitch one Repeating Faith to make her bigger.
Mm-hmm. What's great thing about that card is like, I don't need it. Cool.
Well, I have to
always get rid of it.
Drew another Silmeria. Dance of Spirits not helpful here.
Yep, and he can discard that one too.
Not this turn.
Not this turn, but he can do it next turn. I am attacking with a big lady.
13. With Pierce. Keep that in mind.
Does Sword of Hope give drain?
If it has a counter on it.
Okay.
It gains +5/+5 for each counter on it, and drain while it has a counter on it.
So he's just swinging right now.
Yep. Oh no, it does have drain.
It has natural drain.
No,
It
it's
does.
added J Resonator, gains +5/+5 for each hope counter on this card and drain.
Yeah.
So it has drain.
Tap and response.
So we're going to go down to
Research.
33 to give it that +5 to hit for 18. Take Josh down to 20 in response to no blocks, and then we'll gain 18. So we go down to 33 and then up to 51 to 28. Oh, potentially, because no blocks have been declared, so we might be doing something in response.
Josh was at 38, and she's swinging. She swung in for
So
13 plus.
Josh
5.
should be at 38 right now. Calamity Shield.
Ooh.
So Logan should be at 33 right now. And now Josh is at 35 to Logan's 33. Essentially, this just means like it's a negate attack because the damage will be dealt, and then you'll take the damage and then drain it right back. So Logan will be set at 33 here at the end of this. He'll be stuck at 33. So they should. So
You pay 10 to get the extra 5 to get the hope counter.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Yes. So Josh should be at 35 and Logan should be at 28. Because Logan had to pay 1,000. That was not a bad Calamity Shield. That was a good time. The problem is now there's a Mistletoe that's untapped, so it's like you can't really attack. And he's Silmariad. Oof. And he's under Dance of Spirits. That's rough.
I think if you're Josh here, you just call Stone Pass.
Well, you have to.
And just, with the mindset of, I'm looking at my own cards. He has 3 he's setting the stage.
That's so rough. Setting the stage is not a helpful card here at all.
I was wondering why he was not looking for Misty Dragon Spirit. He might not even play Pictorial Scroll.
Got a couple Metal Helixes. Doesn't help a ton against Misty. Another Dance of Spirits in hand. $18 coming in. Do we have another Calamity Shield? We technically have 5 will available to us right now because we could give the human token to Logan to generate an extra 2 will. Trying to swing in for 18. Logan deciding whether in response to no block we're going to pitch to try to pump it up. We're just going to hit the 18. Goes down to 17, and Logan gets to go up to 46. Man, this is Mistletoe putting in work.
Yeah, the card's always been a very solid card. I'm kind of impressed that we're finally seeing Order Odin do things. We just got a bunch of really good white boss monsters.
Oh, interesting. We're not going to in response to the essence of Odin enters, give Logan the token to produce the extra will with Fate of the Girl. That's really interesting.
I'm gonna be waiting.
But yeah, I just don't know what you would be waiting for. It's just like, well, I might as well get 2 free will out of you popping a thing, right?
Part of me would think that I do it at the end of Logan's turn so that I can start setting the stages from my hand to like filter. Maybe do it twice and then go into my turn with a setting the stage to protect my own chase on my turn. He doesn't know Logan has some area.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. That's exactly right. Thanks. Fate can't give tokens. They fixed that about the card. Otherwise, we would have had the weird hybrid
you can
infinite.
give him the Alice if you want. Yeah. That's fine, but don't.
Yeah, but also don't.
Like, please don't. Like, again, desperation move. Don't
Dance of Spirits coming in here to try to lock out the game.
Yeah,
Gonna see those. Might as well start digging. So trying to lock Josh out of the game for right now.
Yeah, I think this is correct. I don't know if this is correct.
We're going to give you the Zeus Alice. If we have a girl staring at here, I don't hate that.
We're going to
Metal Helix will get to destroy the Zeus Alice.
Kill my own Alice, trigger.
Draw a card. Draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
So we're digging a lot in response to this Silmeria. I don't know what we have in response to this Silmeria, but we could get something. Fossil Girl doesn't help us here. I'm like looking through his deck as we are. Girl Staring At doesn't help us here. Fossil Girl doesn't help us here. Dallas doesn't help us here. There's a Seth? The Seth Abel package with no Kane? That's an interesting choice.
It is, in fact, a choice. So we're going to deal 10, draw 1.
What are we doing with the treasury here? What treasury do we grab? What treasury items are we grabbing?
What treasury items do we have?
That's the biggest question. I have not seen. I think one of them was the first moon that I saw in his deck.
Relevant.
Glistening chick.
Uh,
Oh, it only rests resonators. Rip.
Crap.
If it rested J resonators,
Get
wouldn't be a bad
another-
hit here. We're just gonna get another Zeus Alice, which
Yeah.
makes sense.
I think this is a really major case for argument for Pictorial Scroll. Play Pictorial Scroll, look at the top 3. If I do have a Misty Dragon Spirit, I cast it before the Samaria, and then I just recover and go to my opponent's turn.
Yeah, if we have a statue, we can kill the Misty, reset the game state,
That's
recover.
That's the card right now.
We're digging hard though.
Yeah, he's looking for things.
Paid 100 to play the Dark House, goes down to 16.
What?
So now we have a Zeus Alice that has all the things.
Okay. So he can start draining to insulate his own life a little bit, which is okay.
But do we have a way to stop a 2-drop spell? We don't have Mirror. Doesn't do anything.
Not with no will. Or does he still have the Moonshade up? I can't tell. I think he does. I think he still has the Moonshade up.
Oh, that's true. That's another point that someone mentioned to me is Misty currently has barrier because of Arsenal.
Oh.
So we can't even target the Misty if we wanted to.
Oh.
Oh, this is like the most protected Mistletoe I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Just gives it barrier until the end of the game.
Pierce, barrier, damage prevention. I can get bigger. I recover at the end of the turn. That's insane. That's so many good effects on one card. Drain. Forgot about drain. We're attacking. So that Zeus Alice is a 10-10, correct?
That Zeus Alice is currently just a 10-10.
Looks like he took the damage,
Yep.
and he's trying to decide if he rogue spectators in response to the drain trigger, I'm thinking.
Don't see. I honestly think you do, because I think this Misty just kills him.
Yeah.
So.
Discarding the hand size, it looks like.
Hits him with his own Dance of Spirits. In response to no cards in hands, hits him with the own Dance of Spirits. I don't think it matters, though, unfortunately.
It
This
really
Mistletoe just swings and you die.
Odin can just say, cool, I will not play cards this turn. Thanks. Swing. That's kind of how the deck operates.
And then they are about to hit time on rounds. Which means Logan will probably be turn 0, but this game's about to be over anyway, so it does not really matter. Oh, and there's a girl staring at in hand for Logan. Gross.
Yeah.
$22 damage with Pierce.
Pay 10, go up 5. Game.
Plus, discard a card from hand to go even bigger.
Mm-hmm.
22 damage with Pierce. 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 22 damage with That is time on round, guys. So Logan, you are currently turn 0, and you have a 10-minute sudden extend the timer with a 10-minute overtime. So this isn't terrible here, right? To get rid of the Pierce, if we have a way to spot remove the K1 the Dark Alice out of the way, then
Yep.
like that Odin, like that
Odin enters the game of gods.
that'll do it. To spot remove the Dark Alice, then we still just hit you for 22 regardless. Oh, we do have mirror, the first mirror of the match finally coming down.
There you go.
Which might be enough if Logan doesn't have a setting the stage. This might be enough to win the sequence.
Or just another Odin enters the game of gods.
That's true.
Thinking noises. Logan has his own GST, not helpful. Looks like another Silmeria.
We're going to activate Missile Team to try to see if we can dig into another Odin enters.
That's probably
Which I think is correct.
very much.
And he just did. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Good luck, draw.
I think he did. It looked like he did.
So that goes away.
Oh, Girl Staring's going to resolve. Okay, okay. Maybe he didn't draw into it, or he's saving it for next turn. Because the Mistletoe also doesn't get to recover here. Dark Alice is super dead.
Interesting. Swing in for 4.
Spectator getting in those beats. Goes down to 12. What an interesting, this game, Josh has really held his own against this Misty. I've been really very impressed. Because we're also going to get to gain some life off of this Dark Alice, or this Zeus Alice. Although I do think that Logan has a Girl Staring At in hand, so I think there's 100%
He does.
You just cast Girl Staring At before recovery and just tell Josh to have an empty turn.
Visual confirmation.
Okay, Josh is currently at 900 apparently.
Setting the stage to filter. Good idea.
Does tap Josh out. We're going to go ahead and burn the Girl Staring At here in response.
I think that is the way. So you don't get effects. You can play all the cards you want, but you do not get effects.
Yep, and you won't get any life back here. Josh is down to 900 life apparently. We missed some life total at some point.
Oh, is he?
Yep.
Must have been from the Moonshade.
Oof, all of these stones cost him life. 3 pure hearts and a Moonshade. Not the spot you want to be dealing with a Resonator, a J Ruler that has Pierce.
Yeah, not on the back foot.
Fate of the Girl that is masteried but blank does not help here. I do find it very funny that we saw one mirror this entire game.
Yeah. Yeah. Playing Abel.
Abel will not do anything, but he's here.
Is human.
He's got his lambs.
It's like, hello there.
Okay.
Is someone going to die today? Yeah. Did we tell him?
2 mana open. Does Josh have another Girl Staring At? Is this the battle of the GSTs?
That would be helpful. Be quite helpful right now.
She's, yeah, very large.
Like even a Killua here would be kind of helpful. Because like the whole reason Logan is winning this game right now is all of his pieces are interlocking.
Yeah.
And Josh has pieces to get rid of those other pieces on Logan's board. He's just not seeing them. I'll give you Abel. How is he doing that?
This is on Logan's turn before draw.
Okay.
We're giving Abel to do Metal Helix here.
Don't get rid of your Killuas.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
oh.
Well, no, the Electra doesn't matter because this is like he'd only have one more turn after this, and so he has to not die. Like the problem here is the Electra doesn't help him.
Yeah. I still don't think that's the optimal choice. I think it like there's a logic behind it, but I still don't think it's the right choice. Blow up the Abel. I think you get a Seth. Because Seth will have Eternal. Yeah? So infinite blocker. Yeah, I think Josh getting rid of the Misty Dragon. So he is playing Pictorial Scroll. He should have been playing that so
Yeah,
much
we
earlier.
finally found a scroll, but I don't know what it's gonna dig us into. Is the
Yeah,
problem?
This card needed to come out much sooner than this turn. Because like there's a world where Josh's playstyle here could have been, if I can get one Pictorial Scroll off and start digging for cards, I can just play on Logan's turn and disrupt his entire thing. And then on my turn, like if there's ever something I need to do, like if I'm digging for an Electra, you just play control against Logan. Because you're in the colors where you're able to manage his board state.
Yeah, the biggest problem here is we don't have spot removal for this Zeus Alice because our no blocks. What's happening?
I don't know if Electra was the only way to win, but it was a really efficient way to win.
Hits another Calamity Shield. Wow.
I do tend to understand that Logan's deck does not run Artillerist. It's like all Misty or Reanimation. There is no Artillerist in this deck. But an Artillerist here would be very solid.
The problem here is there's like a minute and a half before overtime ends.
Yeah.
So he just kind of resets his life back to neutral. And then Josh gets one turn, but he's got a minute to try to execute something, and he pitch the Electra, and also doesn't have he does have the life to pay for the Electra, but Electra doesn't kill here. Is the biggest problem.
Yeah. Electra would give him back a lot more tempo, which I think is what he needs.
Activates Mistletoe. Electra with Zalus could have won. Yeah, that's true. Based on what Logan might have had in hand. Because Misty couldn't block or prevent the damage. Yeah, that's true. That's a true point. We're just moving to end of turn, recovering Misty.
I think because Odin is such a rogue pick that if you've never played against Odin, you don't know what to do against it, and that very well. I mean, that goes a long way into choosing how to pick for the metagame, right? Who's played against Odin in the last year? Very few people.
That's true. That's very true.
Just me at my locals.
And unfortunately, you're going to have to call it on overtime. And we're back. We're here, trying to figure out what we're gonna do for round 2. Certainly, a win. Like, yeah, we saw essentially 2 completely different decks out of Logan, which I think was fun. Like, game 1, we got to see the Sphinx Turbo plan, and then game 2, we just saw Misty beats for forever. Don't call you up ever, please. Listen, Jordan, I love you, buddy, but if you continue to do well with a deck that no one is possibly on in this tournament, you're probably going to get called to the stream at some point in time. So, good luck. That was fun. That was a fun first match. It's fun.
Yeah, certainly interesting. Yeah, I think people should just be very aware of how to beat Odin.
That's true. You've got to respect it.
He's been here. He's always going to be here. He's just a very solid control deck. So
I'm trying to look at. I've got my pairings up for round 2 here. I'm just trying to see what we have. I just had that.
how you doing, chat? How you
Yeah,
been?
yeah. You talk to chat for a bit while I look at this list.
I have missed our long conversations of sandwiches in the sunset.
Yeah, they did. Listen, I got through an entire GP without a question about a sandwich. It was a miracle.
I know. It feels like we're in a really bad place when we're not talking about the value sandwiches bring to this game. I think Odin feels like a solid Philly cheesesteak, right? It's in color. It seems like something Odin would eat. Probably not roast beef, but maybe like, I don't know, like a Philly cheese
Gosh,
Cuban.
dang it! I will never escape the torment that is this. That is this. Whatever this energy is.
The real question is, how many green bell peppers does he put on the Philly cheesesteak? Yeah, Jordan. Yeah, you're a club sandwich, classic, all around good sandwich. Gotcha, bud. Jean Cyr, they seem more to me like wrap ladies, right? You're like, I'm gonna do a grilled chicken wrap, or like a green goddess salad bunch. Although I think Jean would probably prefer something like I don't know, like a sriracha ranch sort of thing. I don't know. That feels more like. Yeah, that feels more like her. Let's see, what would Leon's sandwich be? Probably just like a kitchen sink, right? Just like everything you can possibly think of. Bacon, ham, roast beef, just everything all together.
Yeah, we're gonna go get ready for round 2 here, and we'll be right back. So, thanks, Paul. Thanks for covering for me for a little bit there, buddy. You got me, buddy. We'll be right back.
Any cuts?
You can do halves.
Half is fine too then.
All right.
Boom, 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 boom.
High roll, okay.
Yeah. So got a 5.
So we are here getting ready for round 2. We have both of these players are sitting at table 4. They are both undefeated. It's not Holscheiser. You are correct. We have Lehen versus
And he said we can do
Oct
mulligans up to that point, right?
on the right with Jesswain. So this will be interesting. This will be very, very interesting. David plays a very different Lehen than what we've seen from typical Lehens. He plays a much more aggressive build. And then we have Oct, who is aggressive. So there's... And can also one-shot people. And Oct's ability to one-shot with... Oct's ability to one-shot someone with the Raging Messiah combo helps against Lehen's ability to heal, because you can just deal so much damage as much as possible that like the heal from flowers doesn't even make sense. You just get one shot. I say aggressive, I mean it. Like, it is a very different build. So here we go. Okay, let's dig in. We got Shivas and spectators. Let's see how this goes. Rogue will also be very helpful to be able to, in the turn he wants to push in, like pre-recovery, Rogue, kill you, right? Because of Raging Messiah. I imagine we see Raging Messiahs here come down pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm a little curious myself because my initial impression is that Steven is already ahead because he's playing aggression against control decks.
Yeah.
Or aggression against, I would say, a more economy-focused deck.
Whiff on the first explore of the game.
Yikes.
Not a great start for David. I don't know if Steven is... I also don't know if David is playing Kikis. I don't think he was playing Kikis in Caseyville. I'll have to go look back at the list.
It's not a very aggressive card, so maybe not.
It's true. We're going to try to kill this turn. We're trying to kill this turn.
Lego.
Let me look at the Caseyville events over on rulerschooltcg.com. You can look at the lists. You can go look at his Lehen list. Not a single copy of Kiki in that list for David. Ooh! We might just be dead. This might just be lethal. If there's a setting the stage and a mirror in hand, we're going to try to explore in response. Whiffed off of the second explore. Oh, goodness. If the cast resolves, we're going to... Do we have...
Mirror to stop it.
Mirror's going to come down. Do we have a setting the stage? Do we have a second artillerist? We're going to milt. We're going to buy back this Raging Messiah.
Seems like a good idea, given
Yep.
the circumstance. It's like, all right, well, I'll just try again. How's that? Pay 2?
Pay 2. I mean, this point in time, why are we pitching a second Raging Messiah here? Are we...
What's going on?
Oh, we're trying to double Chev's tiers here? Oh my gosh, that's a legal card. That's the Force of Will the movie card. It's a castable card that is a 5-color, 5-cost card that does nothing. This is going to be 3,200. It's going to be 3,200 damage if this resolves.
Steven.
That's so funny.
Steven, what are we doing here, bud?
And he takes it! 3,200 damage.
Oh, hold on. Let me just...
Wow. At that point in time, we've dealt 32. David, just to track, you did put a card back on bottom after exploring this turn, right? Okay, I thought so. A lot of things happened, including Force of Will, the movie. Wow, what a card. Is David playing any well, honestly, I also got to check. I don't know how many copies of Flowers David is even playing.
We wanted the artillerist to pitch it.
Yeah.
This is so good.
We're exploring 2. We hit statue, only statue. That doesn't really help here.
Nope.
Because a lot of our damage is just... He is playing 2... Well, so his KCV list had 2 copies of Flowers mainboarded, but we have not seen them.
2 is more than average, that's for sure.
Yeah. Just pass. Ooh, and now so this is a problem for David, because now we are at 8, and we have Rogue Spectator Will. We're going to try to dig into a Flowers here. Dog doesn't matter. Losing another card out of hand. Like 8 life means that a Chivalry's Tears kills here, like with no mirror. Apparently David has 3 mirrors mainboarded. Loki's Insight for David, that's mainboarded.
Hey, look, it's my hand.
Yeah. Well, so here's the thing. We can call Stone and just cast the... We can cast the Raging Messiah, and then... Wolf's Knight doesn't help us. We might as... We've already burned God's Art. Shiva? I mean, you just hard cast Shiva here? I think hard cast Shiva is actually, just to stop some bleeding, is probably a good idea. And and we can solarize the Shiva because of the Force of Will, the movie. Oh, we can't solarize because of Lehen, so we have to full pay for it. Okay.
Let's not get too excited here.
It was gonna be so exciting for a moment. We do get the doggo off the board though. Like, that's still good here.
That's relevant.
Steven is down to 36.
Who's a good pirate boy?
Okay, so the armor will get to protect the doggo, but we do have a Shiva on board, which is good.
Yeah.
Armor of the King of Kings. And then pass. I mean, there's a lot of things that Steven can have here to be able to find this last 800 damage. He's certainly not in pressure of being killed by David anytime soon. Especially if David can't find a Flowers. Mirror is the only thing revealed. Wow. These have been some big whiffs on these Treasure Explorers.
So he's got Mirror,
Ega Statue, or Ega Stone and Dragon Statue.
I mean, Ego Stone isn't bad here.
Oh no, it's certainly not bad. It'll answer the Shiva. The problem is that like there's so many of Steven's top decks that find 800 damage. Like blue black Vacus. Yeah,
Hey, Zap.
go to 6. Like now there's even more things that find lethal.
We do like a vacuous. Yeeting things into the void.
27. We have a Raging Messiah in hand. A Chev's Tears paying, like full pay Chev's Tears equals lethal. David's down to 6, by the way. He had to pay 200 for Vacus. Knowing that there's a mirror on field, if you just full pay for Chev's Tears, I think this is lethal. You just pay for Chev's Tears.
Steven took 9, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, Shiva just got expelled. David should, yeah. What is the line here?
It's hard to say without his hand. I can't really see his hand.
You can't afford to play the Raging.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mirror's going to force it.
Yeah.
Has to, right?
I think that's better for Steven.
I think you don't cast the Raging Messiah here. There's no.
It's like, okay, you have a mirror? Cool. I'm gonna force you to
Please
use
no.
it.
I mean, we still have will to be able to answer a flower, which is important. And another mirror. Rough. So this is currently representing. Trying to hit a 4C stone, hit another Moonshade. Ugh. Trying to hit some 4C stones to try to dig.
That would be ideal.
The fact that we have not seen a flowers yet has been great.
I think Leon here just stabilizes.
6 life is not a lot of life.
It's not 0.
Chev's Tears, a single Chev's Tears just being paid for, and there's the flowers.
Yeah. It's like if you have not won by now as aggro,
Yeah, that's
you
the problem.
stabilize and you win.
At this point in time, now that we've finally seen the mirror, because we have a backup mirror and we have flowers, we have stabilized. Unfortunately, that's real rough. But we did get to see Force of Will the movie
That
get thrown.
don't let your memes be memes.
That would have been lethal.
That would have
If the artillerist enter effect had resolved, that would have been lethal. Because you double Raging Messiah and you pitch the you double Raging Messiah, pitch Force of Will the movie to artillerist, and it's exactly 4,000.
Oh, to prevent it.
We're gonna try to do Rogue Spectator to prevent the
Okay.
life gain off of flowers.
But I think you could just mirror, right? You just mirror in response.
Yeah, for sure. It doesn't even use the mirror; it just uses the girl staring at.
We're going up.
They are both at 2,700 life
At
here.
27.
Yep, Steven had to pay for the Rogue Spectator.
Ah, didn't catch that.
This does use almost all of David's resources. The problem is he saved the mirror.
Oof.
And the Vacus can just stat neg the Rogue Spectator out of the way, which is a big oof. Now that being said, and he attacked with Vacus.
Is he attacking?
He is
Confirmed.
attacking.
Okay. I mean,
Stephen can kill here. No, Stephen has absolute. The Misty statue is the biggest problem. Yeah. If it wasn't for the Misty statue, Stephen actually wins there.
yeah.
Because we recover, cast Rogue Spectator, or cast it gets to 5 stones. We cast the Raging Messiah, RFG a card to get another will, cast the Shiva, hard cast the Shiva, wipe the board, and then the Rogue Spectator would be able to swing in for a bajillion damage. Would have been enough to kill. Because I would have gained 8 counters. Yeah. Goes down to 7.
He has the last sacred sword in his hand. Dumping a Raging Messiah.
It doesn't matter either way,
Yeah.
Steven.
David can just stop it with Mirror.
We might be full paying for it, and then we can full pay for the last secret sword, but it's still not enough for lethal. It's too, yeah, it's 2,000 either way, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's just not enough reach there. Burn.
And we go to game 2. 44 minutes left on the clock, gentlemen. I mean, Steven... Oh, no. Wrong one.
Wrong one.
Wrong one.
I was like, how? The math ain't math.
The math ain't mathing. So, I mean, Steven definitely takes the coin because it does set him up for a potential just like... any amount of taking away Lahen's will as the rushdown combo burn deck is correct.
Yeah.
I would hope that Steven is also playing setting the stages, because if there had been a setting the stage, it would have been, in that first turn, it would have been backbreaking. Like, it would have been so much damage. It would have been 2,000 and tapped state, and taken all of David's resources, and then there's an artillerist on board, and then, then we can, the next turn, just buy back, swing, buy back, do all kinds of stuff. So we'll see what Steven has prepared here to deal with mirrors. So I'm going to fix spelling on. I got to fix the spelling on Steven's name.
Steven.
It's C-A.
It's Stefan.
It's Stefan.
Stefan Jeswine.
There he is. Force of Will the movie. Did not know that was a legal card until, like, an actual legal playable card until leading up until this event. When someone told me it was. It is a 5-drop that does nothing. I don't even think I can look it up.
It's a 5-cost vanilla. It's so funny.
It's a 5-cost vanilla chant. It's not like it's a 9 cost.
It's a 9 cost.
That's even more. That's even more terrifying. Yeah, I can't even look it up in the card viewer. It's not there. It's 4 colorless. Jeez Louise, that's so funny. It's not in the database yet. It's 9 cost, but I still don't know what the effect is. The effect is it doesn't do anything. It doesn't have an effect.
Yeah, the effect is.
Nope, it doesn't have an effect. It literally is a 9-drop chant with no effects at resolution. Pay 9 will do nothing.
Yeah.
But it's all 5 colors.
You notice I haven't said the effect, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's very funny.
You want to know why?
The effect is I've paid 9 mana.
It's a
What a play.
not a present tense effect. It's a past tense effect. I paid 9 mana.
You would concede to that? Imagine paying 9 will for nothing. What a what a power move. Just like pay 9, cast.
Kind of just like the real Force.
Yes,
of Will
sir.
movie.
And we're back with a ruler swap. You can use any extension rules with any ruler, doesn't matter. So we did have that Crimson Moon Fairy Tale, Crimson Moon Battleground extension rule at the beginning, and we have changed from Oct plus Child of War to Bahamut Little Red.
Let's go.
This is a full left turn, which makes a lot of sense, considering how now we have searchable dragons. We can keep our hand value up, and like we have the wolf stones, which make a lot of sense. Like, and we gave Lehen the coin, which I honestly think in this situation, going to this board makes a lot of sense because now the turn 1 Explorer doesn't do anything. So unless he has exactly, so if we use Bahamut to call stone, hit a true redstone. Oh, never mind. He called a little red. I was thinking there's a world where we just call stone, hit a wolf stone, and then flip little red and push in, right? But no, we're just gonna pass. Having the extra repeatable threat though from Red Riding Hood could be enough to help Steven close out the game. Let me just change the decks here. Oct dash Baha Little Red. We got a Stallion. Stallion of the Allfather.
We snob.
What an interesting like deck swap. Steven never disappoints on camera.
The truth.
We're gonna search for a dragon. Now, if we have a setting the stage in hands, like we're just trying to Yamada people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Artillerist. It's the best artillerist target. It's 20 damage off of an artillerist.
You know what's better than Force of Will the movie?
A dragon that you can search.
Yamada. Lego.
We're gonna pay pitch for Raging Messiah, go down to 38, or setting the stage. It's either setting the stage or Raging Messiah.
Please be the right card.
It's the setting. This makes sense. I think setting is proper here. Because, and hear me out why I think setting is better here, because it either forces a mirror to come out of the hand right now, in which case we don't actually lose anything, and then we can just kind of continue to move on, or it gets to resolve and we just get to punch face this turn. And he whiffed off of the Explorer. Resolves! Steven is at a point where we can do, if we have Raging Messiah plus... If we have Raging Messiah plus... if we have Raging Messiah and Artillerist here, that's game. David doesn't have anything that can stop that.
Combo.
Wolf, and we got a Wolfstone. We're going to just push damage with this little red, too.
Can we do it?
Artillerists. What do we?
You cannot pass.
Raging Messiah. That's game. And we go to game 3. It's 40 damage. That is 40 damage. And like that, we go to game 3. Now that we've discarded the card, there is nothing. That damage is taken. Yep. 36 minutes left on clock, gentlemen. And that's why the setting the stage was great. Jeez Louise.
We did it.
Even if we didn't have the art, see, the thing is, even if we didn't have the Raging Messiah there, we're still gonna get to do 20, and then we can flip Little Red and deal another 12. So we still take David down to 8. Like that's still
Flip
just
Little Red, burn my own artillerist swing game.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it won't kill, but it'll take David down to 8. At which point in time, look at the a million chivalry steers I probably have in my hand. One of these will resolve. You know what I mean?
Well, it's only legal to play 4, so.
Shush. But yes, you're correct.
It's like I read the rule book. I mean, and by rule book, I mean start playing sheet.
Yeah. You gotta love that start playing sheet.
The start playing sheet.
Man. The pivot. The pivot to that was like the perfect stone opening, and David not seeing any answer off of the explorers there was just rough. And that was what I was talking about before about like the way you make flowers not good is you just kill them so that they don't have a chance to heal.
Go faster.
Just deal 40 damage off of a single activation of artillerist. Remember back in the day when we were in Belial format and people would just hard cast artillerists even if they didn't have a 10-drop in hand just to force the Belial players to God's Art? I do. Because once Artillerist has discarded a card, damage is dealt. So you don't know what they're going to discard. So even just playing an Artillerist would be bait against a Belial player to force out the God's Art.
My name is Steven. I'm looking for 2 cards.
Artillerist and Raging Messiah. That's it.
That's all I need.
Because Yamada will find his way. David, so I was going to say this before Just Wayne just like threw the gambit at it. Going first against the Lehen actually makes sense because it means you get 2 turns of actions like in line with Lehen having 2 explorers. If you go second, Lehen will get 3 explorers before you get 2 turns. So this makes a lot of sense. Oh, okay, we're playing a turn 1 play. Interesting. Shackles! And it resolves. This does turn off our own Baja, but I don't think we care.
Nope.
This takes so much of the wind out of David's deck, like having the Shackles live so fast. We're stuck with...
What do I do?
Start getting beat over the head with a Little Red.
Just draw your Dispelling Stone.
Yeah, just top deck it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Wolfstone.
You're
Now
good.
we get free Little Reds. Wow, what a turn 1 play. You just flip the red, right? There's no reason to cast anything here yet?
Well, the red kills itself, right?
No, it doesn't hit J-Rollers. It
Then
can
you
only
go.
hit Rezos.
Then you go.
That's a great... You know what? That's a great challenge. You know what? Deal. Confirm it here, GR Zurza. That will be a challenge. If a player in a match in the main tournament pays 9, you get a prize. Full pay 9 and still win the match, you win. That'd be the challenge.
You sure Little Red wasn't eroded?
We're going to respond to Judgment. Girls staring at? So this will at least prevent the Little Red from being able to flip back. It will also keep the little red on field for this turn.
Castaji.
This is going to get to deal some burn damage here, which is really nice. Burning out Will Coin and this just for a girl staring at is really good for Steven. Like, this girl staring at is not doing much. And like Steven said, the little red's going to get to flip back on his turn. Gets to deal 500 damage because of the dodgy. Goes down to 35. The Wolfstone's going to get to help flip the little red back on the previous turn. David is...
Oh, wait. Hold on.
Yep, David should be at 35. And Stevens is still at 38.
Yeah.
We're going to do the Wolfstone to set up Wolfstone for next turn. This is a really good position for Steven to be in against David. That turn 1 shackles, gross. Although I will say David missed an opportunity there to explore while other girl staring at. He would have technically gotten 1 explore chance off of the GST.
Oh, that's true.
That is unfortunately
That's
a
a little
misplay.
bit of a, yeah, not optimal, unfortunately.
Doesn't have the will to be able to cast Focus. Can get to 6 cards in it, or can get to 5 cards in hand by using the Daji. He could have explored while under the shackle, while on the 1 turn where he had girl staring at active, it would have blanked the shackles on Steven's turn. He would have had 1 chance to explore. He wouldn't be able to cast it, but you'd at least get an explore because it would stop the cast of the Lahen's ability to cast the card anyway. But then you at least have gotten 1, so maybe you get a spirit, and maybe you get to dig a little bit to try to set something up. But that is a little bit of a missed opportunity there. This is not a good spot for David. Like, this is so much damage that he's threatening with 0 build.
Neat. You're good, bub. You're good. Things happen.
It's all good, buddy.
Game complicated. Lots of moving parts.
All these cards in hand and not much do anything against a J ruler with no access to your Misty statues. You're still in shock from Force of Will, the movie.
Staggered.
Cast an Aphrodite?
That's
Play Rogue
interesting.
Spectator in response. 100% you play Rogue Spectator in response.
Yes.
Yeah. Draw 2, discard a card. It's not a problem, though, because we can just... Mirror doesn't help here. We cast the Rogue Spectator. This is still Steven's game. Steven will stop the life gain here, Artillerist. Will be able to go to his turn, call Stone, flip Little Red, put 8 damage on the Afro, and then hard cast Shiva, which will then kill the Afro. And then would kill the Afro, and then both Artillerist and Little Red would get 2 counters. So it'd be 6 plus another 14. That's 2,000. Takes David down to 15. Like, this is...
Kiki's in the chat if you like afros.
We got to answer this Aphrodite. It's very possible to answer this Aphrodite.
Mm-hmm.
But we do have to answer the Aphrodite because currently she's taking all the damage. Judgment and Attack with Rogue also answers it too. Yep. There's a lot of ways.
Swing.
Yep. Judgment Little Red. That pops the Aphrodite. Raging Messiah? Double Raging Messiah?
Artillerist.
Pay Raging Messiah? Do we just have a Force of Will the movie? Force of Will the movie. That's for 3,600 damage. Force of Will the movie.
That's the best thing the movie's ever done.
Thanks, guys. We're gonna hop out.
Real strat.
That was the best. That was the best way for Just Wade to break his stream curse too. Was to just like shackles, body, answer, Force of Will the movie. Like, gee. The fact that that card is a legal card. Oh, that's the somebody. Can somebody clip it? Can somebody please clip that, please? Just watching Artillerist chuck a Force of Will the movie for the win. There are no cards that cost more than Force of Will the movie. There are several cards that cost 10. There is one card that costs 12. He's just memeing. 100% just memeing.
100%.
Just a true meme. There are a few, but it's just that card is a legal card apparently. That's the funniest thing I've ever seen. But like, real talk though, Steven played games 2 and game 3 absolutely perfect. Like, in terms of knowing that, as weird as it sounds, especially because Lehen gets to start the game with an extra card anyway, putting her on the draw might feel weird because she'll be at 7 cards on her first turn, but giving yourself 2 turns, like putting yourself on par with number of turns to number of explorers in the early game as the aggro deck is 100% correct. So like that absolutely is correct. It also means that, like, and I will say to
Oh, he did clear it with staff. Okay.
yeah, he did clear it with staff. To Just Wayne's point, the turn 1 shackles might have also felt really risky because of a mirror, but here's the thing. It would have burned coin.
Mm-hmm. And a mirror.
And a mirror, which means that, like, that takes a lot of value off of being able to do the next turn follow-up setups, right? Like, any amounts of being able to pitch will resources to Lehen also helps. So, and then he got it to resolve, and then we got the shackles to resolve anyway, and that's just like absolutely bad. He could have cast mirror with alt cost though, that's true, but then you burn even more cards out of their hand. It's just I think Steven played that game 3 exactly right. Game 2 he also played exactly correct too, but like
1 hundo.
that was really, really well played. And to an unfortunate bit of David's detriment in game 2, his stones did kind of screw him. Having to go for the Afro as opposed to being able to play a Vacus. If he had been able to play a Vacus there, if he had had blue-black on curve on turn 2, then you can at least answer the
Ice shackles.
the ice shackle, or you can get rid of the shackles, and you can also kill the little red if it tries to flip again. So the problem being that, like, even playing the Vacus doesn't super help there because it fully taps, because he was already at 15. He was at 35 life, and he would have been fully tapped out. So at that point in time, Jess Wayne's just able to do the 3,600 damage Raging Messiah line without caring about board state. But yeah, that's just like, that was like the perfect curve for Jess Wayne to be able to answer that board and push through for the hand. And that's how you deal with the you just get under her before she can get to the late game, because that's what we saw in game 1, right? He had the early push, but then he couldn't close, and so then Lahen was just like, okay, I just have to sit here until I'm ready to kill you. They stabilize very well. You just have to kill them before they stabilize, and Justwayne did it. Oct into Seer Baja, or into Baja Little Red. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. That was a fun one. We got a lot of time left on the round.
Yeah.
So I think, can we talk about the nurse burn?
Nurse burn guy?
Yeah, you want to be visible here for the
Soon?
camera?
Soon?
Your head is cut off.
Good.
Okay. I do bring you here so that you can be on camera, right?
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
I'm back.
Thank you. I'm glad to have you back. No, but the
Soon?
see the nurse burn is
Bees?
very interesting. We've had things that have been like pseudo, like Inferno has felt like the kind of closest thing to nurse burn for a bit, because of the whole idea of like that's what we're trying to do, right? Is we're just trying to set ourselves life equal to 0 and then kill you. Like it's like this weird like the tail end of nurse burn. But now we legitimately have a nurse burn ruler.
It hurts you to heal.
Yeah. I think very, very cool. Some cards that get very, very good underneath him are things like Crystallization, which I can look up because I have this thing. Crystallization, very good card.
Pop a card.
Pop a
build it.
card, make them gain 1,000, which is really them losing 500 life. That seems pretty good. There are other revealing the power of salvation is also very good.
Yeah.
Because it does successfully heal you and hurt them. So you do get to heal a little bit. His starting life total being 25 is a little rough. You get to make your opponent's starting life total 5,000. It is very interesting to me, and probably a good choice on the company's part, that his starting life total is 25, so he doesn't immediately get access to the entire Belial suite. Off the start of the game. You guys remember Prideful Rule?
Oh my god.
What if that card just came back in a big way?
Gross.
Prideful Rule was a hell of a card.
Pop a thing, make a
Make
a
a
guy.
token, yeah. Pop a
A
thing,
flying guy.
yeah,
Mind you.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for Nurse Bird. I'm excited for Zaki. Torrent. I'm very curious. He feels, the more that I look at like the card art for Aldine, he looks like he's gonna be kind of a Voltron style ruler. Like he's gonna I think he's gonna lean into solo mode a lot more, because it looks like a lot of his spells are gonna be things that like would then give him stat buffs or multiple attacks or things like that to be able to get his drain triggers a bunch of times, because he says whenever he does drain, it heals both players, which then means he heals and you die. So all of his damage gets like pseudo doubled, which I think is pretty cool. Solo mode. Yes, solo mode is specifically if that ruler is your only ruler at the beginning of the game. They gain that text.
Interesting.
So rulers that get better. So I mean, like, because of both of the rulers so far have had single and have had text outside of the solo mode text, it makes me think that there's very clearly an XR coming in this set, because there are 2 XRs in this set that will allow the rulers from this set to tag. Like, pretty clearly. The question to me becomes, is there going to be do you think there's going to be main deck solo mode cards?
It's a design space.
I certainly wouldn't hate it. And weirdly enough, because of the way the framing works, solo mode actually kind of uses the rest of the text box. Because we've had a long time where there have been cards that just like they have a good effect, but their effect only uses like half of the text box. Whereas like solo mode could then use up the rest of the text box as like the bottom half.
You know what could also use up the rest of the text box, though?
If you're about to say something sandwich related, I'm going to kick you out.
I was going to suggest increasing the text size.
That also could do. That also
God,
would
how
look-
do we fill up this text box? Somebody
Um,
think of something.
Do I remember what set the Foul movie card got out? It was just a promo. We
Promo.
handed it out at conventions. I remember handing that card to people at conventions dressed up as Lilius Petal. Handing people the Foul movie. But when? It was Alice Lapis Cluster, I think, was when it
so.
was going on.
Yeah, I think that sounds right.
Yeah, I think it's Alice Lapis was sometime in there. Back half of Alice. We handed it out in Gen Con, which means it's like in August, like July or August of whatever that year was. But man, that was dope. I need to go get some water to refresh myself after watching that absolute unit of the Force of Will, the movie card being what wins the game. That was amazing. Okay, we'll be right back in just a little bit. Bye.
Alright, let's move to the sneak peeks of the new set of the Trinity cluster. Today we have 7 cards to show, which will introduce the new mechanics of the battle at the Sacred Ruins. The first one is Makoto Kurosako's Dispo, which introduces the new keyword abilities, Protect, which can be used to change where a J Resonator attacks, and Mantra, which has no special abilities, but more mantra you have, the strongest be soon, and its chance will become. The next one is Skulk's Assault Troopers, which introduces a new keyword, March Strike, which will be used by J Resonators to deal damage 2 times in battle, and also introduces the mechanics from the past, the weather is. This time, the new weather will be pollution. Be prepared, as the Skulk will produce a lot of smoke with their vehicles. The next one is Elementary, My Dear Morugine, which introduces Investigate. The Student Detective League star, Zaki, will use this new keyword to gain advantage 10 after turn. As Investigate will allow her to search the deck for more cards or clues. Who knows? The next one is Goliath's Command, Management Board Meeting Now, which introduces 2 new keywords, Build and Demolish. As Goliath is the manager of building company created by his ancestor Yokoshima Hanada, he and his card will have different abilities depending on if they are building or demolishing. The next one is Double Jab Injection, which introduces another keyword ability from the past, Trent. As a combat medic, Aideen will use the boss fist to land punches and play multiple cards that will gain new abilities when played one after another. But as he is a medic, he will be healing players at the same time, sometimes in negative. The next one is Flamis Pack-Up Hounds, which also introduces a keyword ability from the Lapis cluster, Limit. Flam will be a very important character in this set, and will use Limit to trigger multiple abilities but a limited amount of time. And the last one is Lunar Communication Device, which introduces Solo Mode. This new keyword ability will change the way Force of Will is played. Cards with Solo Mode will have abilities in 2 different places, the upper part of the card, available to everyone, and the Solo Mode part of the card, which only players that control exactly one J-Ruler might be able to use. Solo Mode will appear in all kinds of cards, including additions, chants, regalias, resonators, and rulers. That's it for today. What do you think of the new mechanics of the battle at the Sacred Ruins? Tell us on the comment section. Thanks for watching, see you in the next video. let's move to the sneak peeks of the new set of the Trinity class. Today we have 7 casts to show, which will introduce the new mechanics of the battle at the Sacred Ruins. The first one is Makoto Kurosako's Dispo, which introduces the new keyword abilities, Protect, which can be used to change where a J Resonator attacks, and Mantra, which has no special abilities, but more mantra you have, the strongest we soon, and its chance will become. The next one is Skulk's Assault Troopers, which introduces a new keyword, March Strike, which will be used by J Resonators to deal damage 2 times in battle, and also introduces the mechanics from the past, the weather is. This time, the new weather will be pollution. Be prepared, as the Skulk will produce a lot of smoke with their vehicles. The next one is Elementary, My Dear Morugine, which introduces Investigate. The Student Detective League star, Zaki, will use this new keyword to gain advantage 10 after turn. As Investigate will allow her to search the deck for more cards or clues. Who knows? The next one is Goliath's Command, Management Board Meeting Now, which introduces 2 new keywords, Build and Demolish. As Goliath is the manager of building company created by his ancestor Yokoshima Hanada, he and his card will have different abilities depending on if they are building or demolishing. The next one is Double Jab Injection, which introduces another keyword ability from the past, Trent. As a combat medic, Aideen will use the boss fist to land punches and play multiple cards that will gain new abilities when played one after another. But as he is a medic, he will be healing players at the same time, sometimes in negative. The next one is Flame's Pack-Up Hounds, which also introduces a keyword ability from the Lapis cluster, Limit. Flam will be a very important character in this set, and will use Limit to trigger multiple abilities but a limited amount of time. And the last one is Lunar Communication Device, which introduces Solo Mode. This new keyword ability will change the way Force of Will is played. Cards with Solo Mode will have abilities in 2 different places, the upper part of the card, available to everyone, and the Solo Mode part of the card, which only players that control exactly one J-Ruler might be able to use. Solo Mode will appear in all kinds of cards, including additions, chants, regalias, resonators, and rulers. That's it for today. What do you think of the new mechanics of the battle at the Sacred Ruins? Tell us on the comment section. Thanks for watching, see you in the next video.
Okay, I have to swap these players around here real quick. We have Vlad Gates and Lucy as requested. These guys are both 1-1, both still very much in contention. Getting things ready to go. Sitting great players to see, and very curious to see how this matchup goes. It comes down to, does Sam play Tinkerbells? I think is a big piece of this, right? Don't you think, Paul?
Maybe.
To be able to stop, I mean, it's a way to stop additions, right? Which can be really relevant.
Does Tinkerbell blow everything.
Tinkerbell blows up everything.
Everything. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
relevant.
and
That's
and
more
even
relevant.
even while under a gates, that doesn't really matter because we just have to have things hit board, and even if they die immediately, something's still hit board. So a Tinkerbell is also an activate ability, which is hard for gates to deal with because it's not cancelable as easily, right?
Mhm.
So certainly something that we can potentially play into here. So we're going to let these guys know that their 60 minutes are ready once they've done mulligans, and we're going to jump into it. Okay, we are here. I'm excited to see how this goes. Paul, you've played a lot of Lucy. You've been playing Lucy to try and get recordings for it for the channel for 2 months. What's our thoughts?
First of all, Lucy is a very hard deck to pilot.
Yep.
So we will see how much Sam has tested with this particular deck. Two, depending on how you play Lucy, I think it can go really well or really, really poorly. I think she's a very deck building centric ruler that can do a lot of really good stuff for you if you know what you're doing with her.
Yeah, for sure.
So it depends on how many synthetic spirits he's playing. It depends on which spirits he sees as being relevant to this particular matchup. There's a world. I like to see that stone because that just adds things. It's Alexandrite. We're going to put Zeus Alice into the item area, which I think is fine.
The best synthetic spirit.
Yeah, certainly the one with the most stats that can actually attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Alexandrite here is really solid. Just letting you kind of like choose what kind of stone you want to have here.
Test tube's going to put in a lot of digging here.
Yeah, it looks like we're ditching the pure blue spirit, which is fine because that card is not really relevant here in this particular matchup. I don't think.
Ooh, hits the Statue of the Ruins. Very nice to be
Yeah.
able to help stop the Reforth from being cheated in.
Ega Stone main boarded is very interesting to me.
That is an interesting choice.
Um,
Ooh, no big show from Robert, so we just don't have it yet. Now, one thing that we have to worry about with the blue deck is that Sam gets mirrors and potentially Hydrias, which don't really... Hydria doesn't really mess with Sam at all, but can really mess with Robert a lot. And we have Mirror to be able to mess with casting gates, right? So this
Yeah.
is a big this is a big potential issue for Robert. We're going to pay 100 life, go down to 39. We're going to cast Sacred Burial to try to use the spirit in the graveyard as a ramp source.
that's actually pretty good.
That's a good...
That's really, really good.
We have the thing in the graveyard, so that gets to resolve.
So if I were Sam here, depending on what spirits I have in my hand, I'd flash one in.
And then
And
try to use alchemics.
Yeah.
Oh,
if you
nope.
have a... Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. That does not happen. Okay.
Well, we get the stone even if it doesn't get tucked, right? So there
Yeah.
is something to be said about Sam kind of wanting to see what else Robert might want to do as opposed to burning core resources now, which I think makes sense. With no gates on field, having the extra stone doesn't do a ton, as you and I have talked about before. Lucy does not need a lot of will to put on a crap ton of pressure. Like sometimes she can even just play without a stones. So
Yeah.
Robert having more stones doesn't super help outside of setting up Vlad. There's the gates. I imagine we see a mirror come down here because this is currently applying a -4.
Yeah, here we go.
Here's mirror. Yep. Yeah, that... If I'm a blue player and I'm playing against gates, my 4 mirrors are used for your 4 gates. Like that's like the whole point. Now that being said, Robert is playing Vlad, so just having stones in general is pretty good. We're gonna go ahead and put in our synthetic spirit here.
Darkness Spirit. This is the one that can pop things, which is really nice. It can't pop the Shahryar, but it can still target it.
Yep.
And so you still get to do the alchemic research. So this card is actually really solid. We're going to find the white one.
And
That
this-
one's good for life gain. You don't really need that in this matchup.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, I remember Lucy specifically says they must attack, right?
Yeah. Actually,
They cannot attack your opponent.
Yeah, they cannot attack your opponent. They don't. So
They don't have to. They're not
n-
mandated to attack.
It's not a Sphinx effect.
It's not Sphinx.
Yeah.
But we do have a guy in play.
Yep, that's a good stone to see too. Our Esper stone's coming in.
Yeah, for sure.
So at least in my version of this deck, you just kind of call stone and you see if I need to discard anything or, like, do I need to find something off the top? And if I don't,
I think
great,
you
just pass.
discard. I think you discard a synthetic spirit here, just kind of to do it in general. Although I will say for Robert also playing the Sacred Burial package, there is something to be said about not discarding because we don't want to help Robert to ramp, right? But as the Lucy deck, we have to. I would think if we weren't playing against, if we were playing a different deck, there's something to be said about saving the mirrors for, trying to save the mirrors for Heavenly Magics to get those out of the game as opposed to the gates. I think as Lucy though, like, we have to stop those gates from resolving.
Yeah.
Like, you just have to, because the stat neg will make it so all of your synthetic spirits lose all of their value.
Yeah, your late game board is you're either flipping Lucy, who has imperishable, but will
Stat neg
just
gets around that.
died. She'll just die, right? And she won't be able to flip over again. Imperishable won't affect her. If he's playing things like Sphinx or even the Homunculus, those just never resolve. Or they will resolve, but they just, they won't be able to stick on board and actually make any impact
a
on the game.
pass from Robert. Now, I will say, Robert being Vlad does actually put Sam on a clock.
Yeah.
Because Sam can't actually.
Pitch Zeus Alice. look for
Sam
a
can't
spirit.
swing is the biggest problem. So this leftover will just becomes free
package,
life,
okay.
which is good, right? Like, the more life, the better, right?
Mm-hmm. So Sam's playing the witch package.
Which to help, like,
Yeah.
flip Lucy, have all the witches go in. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
We're attempting to activate to try to cheat in a spirit here. We're going to see a Lorite.
I think that's
Lorite
probably
comes
okay.
in. I think that's fine. We spent 0 will here.
Sam is doing this in recovery still.
This is still at the end of Robert's turn.
This is the end of Robert's turn. Okay. This
Yep.
is even better. Because now Sam can just go to his turn. Okay.
Yep.
That works too.
Yeah, nothing else going on
That
there.
works too.
But we do have a synthetic spirit that we can tuck to be able to pop something.
Chrysabarrel.
I do believe that's a missed trigger. Let me hold on.
Miss trigger.
Alf. Distrust. I'm gonna see the triggers.
Oh, the Alpha Lila
At the
trigger.
end of your turn. It is a missed trigger, so we're not going to. I do have to.
Is that mandatory?
It is a mandatory thing. Hold on. There we do. We just wanted to verify when exactly the Lorite was cast with the Shahariar, and our fellow judge was watching and verified that it was after that trigger would have happened. So we're good to go. So it just means that the Lorite did get to survive there.
So we're casting this light synthetic spirit, which
That makes sense.
I think that's very interesting.
Heavenly Magic in response to draw 3 cards.
Sam can certainly afford to do this, but
I
This
think
feels
if you have a Hydria, you do it now. I just don't know if there's a main
Yeah.
decked Hydria in this deck. I think you would. I think as Lucy, you should absolutely main deck Hydrias.
so the thing about Lucy is, depending on the number of synthetic spirits you play, you kind of run out of room very, very quickly. He's playing Zeus Alice's as synthetic spirits.
Sure.
But there's really, I mean, when you look at the metagame with things like Lehan being the most popular deck, Burn being the most popular deck,
Robert
Hydria-
down to
Hydria does a
38
lot,
life here for
38.
Robert.
where is my, is it under? It's right here. Thank you.
Sword of Progression, first one of the game being cast. Do we have a second Sword of Prog? To try to stop the second synthetic spirit?
Long story short, I don't think you play Hydria on the main board. There's just not enough reasons outside of gates. So I think you bring it in game 2.
Down to 37 for Robert. This man truly did have both Sword of Progs. Wow. I think that's fine. Weirdly enough, because you don't get the synthetic spirit surge, but then you just use that synthetic spirit for alchemic and then pop the Lorite. Like, that seems fine to me. Like, I don't really understand. I don't really know why we would fight over our white synthetic spirit being canceled here. Like, I just don't think it matters to us at all,
I
right?
think that's why you don't hard cast it, though, right?
It's true.
Um,
May have been worried about another Lorite.
I think that's fine, though. I think that's totally fine. Like, if he has second Lorate, you're like, cool, I will get this card back. I will get this
that's
effect
true.
back on the next turn. I think Lucy is a deck where you flash in synthetic spirits on your opponent's
Now we're
turn.
going to try and cheat something in.
Yeah, I think this is just a sequencing thing.
We're in main phase.
Trying to cast the green spirit.
Now we're getting green synth spirit out.
I think when you have green spirit on board, that's when you feel more comfortable playing synthetic spirits like hard casting.
Sure, because you can make will for them,
Yeah.
right?
Suddenly your 2-drops are 1-drops.
Let's see.
Um,
Yeah, that's also true.
Because like the spirits really don't do anything other than search out the things you want, right? That's really all they do. And like that cascading searching effect, that is how you ultimately like get to your late game. So doing that freely is how you build your economy. So I think Sam is playing too much on his own turn with this deck.
Maybe. I don't have the reps on Lucy, so you are certainly my expert on this matchup.
That's kind.
Listen, after watching 3 of your feature match attempts, you have played the deck way more than I have.
Also played it way more incorrectly than you have.
We're going to use Dark to go ahead and pop with Alchemic Research. Listen, now that I've finished finally getting a Leica recording, I can actually try Lucy out myself. I'm very excited.
Yeah, I think the deck is really interesting. It says a lot about playstyle. I think there's a combo variant out there, but that's not what Sam's playing. Is this still Sam's turn?
Playing Falchion.
Yes. This card? Absolutely. 100% of the time, you play Falchion.
Interesting. It is a way for you to deal damage, right?
So, remind me. So, Shahariar cannot move, right?
Yeah, so we don't get to draw any cards, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think
It's a little bit of a miss.
you play Falchion in the deck. You do not play Falchion right now. You just don't do that. If he had a bunch of gates on the field, this card would feel amazing.
Oh, did hit sword number 3, which is nice. Gets that out of the way. So what is the benefit of Falchion for Lucy?
So the thing about Falchion is he's very sticky.
It's true.
The other thing about him that is super helpful is you can have a bunch of synthetic spirits in your hand that you cannot get out of your hand into the graveyard.
And so Falchion helps that.
And so Falchion helps that a lot. And then by doing so, he's putting on a lot of pressure. Because he can, increase himself +4/+4 for the turn, or he can give himself 2/2 for the game, right?
Or other things, right?
And then when he's attacking in, it's like, cool, I can just discard a card.
Here is the problem with that last turn. We played we fully tapped out, and Robert just gets to play a Gates, and he has 3 True Heart. He has 3 Pure Stones here.
Yeah. So now all
so now it's a -6/-6 to the board.
And that kills everything but Falchion.
Yeah, that's rough. So this Gates just gets to resolve because we fully tapped out. So we just get a -6/-6 permanent on Robert's side of the field, and we get to go get Refarth itself now, and we have a Heavenly Magic engrave. So we're getting very close to Vlad being able to do Vlad things.
So depending on what Sam is maining, we're pitching. I can't tell if he's doing it.
This is test tubes in response to the Gates.
Test tubes.
Yeah, pitch to test tubes to try to dig.
Yeah, because if that gate sticks,
you could discard 2 cards here to pump up one of the alchemics. You could pump up green alchemic to stay alive, right?
You could dump 2 cards.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I'm saying. Dump 2 cards to give it 2 +1/+1 counters.
We're gonna make a blue.
Gonna make a blue.
Only for synthetic spirits. So be careful here.
Doesn't help us.
So the thing is, if he's producing a blue to try and play the Mirage Spirit, he cannot. Just be very conscious.
Yeah,
of that.
for sure.
I don't know why he would be doing that, but he just.
I think he's just trying to move it for an attribute.
I believe he cannot do that.
You are not able to use it for Mirage.
Oh, deck is so hard to play because it's stipulations.
We need to put 2 +1/+1 counters on it. Yeah, we're gonna use discarding a card with Falchion to save it.
This feels like a really bad exchange.
I actually think this is pretty nice because it keeps the Refarth out of the game as well, which means the Heavenly Magic stays gone.
Sure. I'll concede that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best out of a bad situation. It's not necessarily good, but it's the best out of a bad situation.
So it is the most out of a bad situation. I will give you that. Sam will never be able to do alchemic research from here on out unless he gets rid of that Gates.
We just need. This is a case for Tinkerbells, like I said before. It's fine. He's just gonna play Sacred Burial, and it's gonna feel awful.
If he tries to flash in his Tinkerbell right now, that would feel really bad.
Oh yeah, because his
And
own
he
Spirit
can't.
of the Mirage Ruins, it stops him, right?
Yeah.
So
it
now
doesn't
we
even
have big
enter.
shows online.
That's a counterpoint to the whole play Tinkerbells thing. If you
Yeah.
have Mirage Spirit, it feels real bad.
That's true. That's very true.
It's very tricky. It's a very tricky deck.
Yeah, for sure. You can always I don't know. This is we need to have addition hate is the problem now, and the
Mhm.
best addition hate in blue is in this Lucy deck is Alchemic Spirits, which is more than we have. We're doing Heavenly Magic again. Gonna draw some more cards.
So what's gonna happen now is, by tapping out on his turn, Sam has basically said to Robert, "You can get all of your card economy that you want," which is not something Sam could afford him to do,
Yeah,
right?
because right now Robert is just looking to find a Refarth to just hardcast or just discard to hand size at end of turn. Paying 1 goes down to 36.
Asmodeus.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah. That is the way. I feel like he should be at lower life than that. Am I wrong?
I think it's either 36 or 35.
I think it's 35. Because he's tapped the Hearthstone. Or pure Hearthstone, excuse me.
Well, we did hit an Electra and a Gates out and a out of the game. So that's kind of helpful, I guess. This is still not great. The attendant's going to get sacked at the end of the turn to the Shahariar.
Yeah.
And, like, this is another situation where Robert just gets to sit on Vlad for a while, too, potentially.
Mhm.
Robert is down to 34, paying 1. Dark Alice. So it gets Archie's Lumia's Rage. Draw. So we get Girl Staring At gets RFG'd here from the Dark Alice. Okay, we are back. Thank you all for just clarifying there. We just wanted to clarify for Sam it was ruled and then appealed, which is why we had to kind of wait as long as we did. Just to confirm that again with the Q&A from the company that you can banish Shahryar twice to Dark Alice and it won't die either time. It's not this because it's two separate attempts at trying to banish, not even though it's all part of one effect. So banishing Shahryar to costs is not banishing to cost for Dark Alice. So this works. Heavenly Magic. We're continuing to go here. That's the last gates.
So all 3 gates are banished?
The 3 gates.
All
one
3 gates are
one is
banished.
expelled, two are RFG'd, and 1 is on field. That's all 4 gates. That's pretty that's the position that Sam could come back from, with only 1 gate's worth of stat neg, right?
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna big show. Looks like.
Because right now, if we can keep, here's the thing: if we can keep this Muse Spirit alive, that's pretty good, right? To be able to answer the Pricious Big Show, would just comes down to Vlad's at that point, right? We just got to keep that spirit alive, and if we can answer the 1 gates, suddenly Sam is back in business on this.
So unless he's playing Dispelling Stone or some other form of addition removal, you cannot do both while the Mirage Spirit is on the field.
Yeah, that's true. Unless we just hardcast Tinkerbell.
You could also just hardcast Tinkerbell.
I mean, you could cheat. So what you could do with 3 willed is you use test tubes to cheat in a spirit, and then just pay 3 cast Tinkerbell. It's risky, but if Robert taps out, gives you the opportunity. We still don't have a gates in graveyard. Jeez Louise, so many of these attendants.
And Severing wins. Oh wait.
We're not a wanderer.
We can't. No.
We hit a Feathsing, a Crucible Institute, Persephone, Replicant Kaguya, and another Heavenly Magic. That's all 4 Heavenly Magics as well.
Well, ain't that interesting?
Interesting. Robert is digging a lot here. He's trying to find something to answer the Muse Spirit. Maybe trying to find some way to ramp a stone. We're trying to big show a bunch, but we still have the Muse Spirit to deal with. So why are we working so hard at this? If he goes for a Sacred Burial, I think you discard a card to... Oh, no. Go down to 29 for Robert. Okay, so Girl Staring At is active. Is this before recovery on Robert? No, it's main phase. Why are we Girl Staring Atting here? Do we have a Heavenly Magic? Oh, do we have a Refarth Engrave?
We're going to give the -5 to Shahryar to recover a stone.
1 stone. Almerius. Oh, are we trying to just do Lumia's Rage here?
That could be it. That could be it. Lumia's Rage.
Yeah, we're trying to set up the Lumia's Rage lethal line. That makes sense.
So it's like, oh, I saw this, now I'm just going to, put a whole bunch of stuff out.
So we have 3 20 cards removed with 3 Lumias. That's 6,000 damage. And we are currently under Girl Staring At and fully tapped out. We go to game 2. Interesting. Yeah.
That,
He had to dig a lot there, too.
Whatever I have to do, I'm gonna play Vlad, even if that means I have to play Lumia's Rage. Robert Green, 2024.
He had 5 cards left in his deck.
Good lord.
34 minutes exactly left on clock, gentlemen. Wow. So the lesson we learned is don't tap out as the Lucy player.
Yeah, Lucy should never be tapping out.
The problem here, though, is losing game 1 is rough. Like losing game 1 is real rough because now we have to win games 2, like to not go to a draw, right?
Right.
And like with this size of a player base, X11 isn't terrible, but like you are fully on just winning in for the rest of the day. Like you cannot lose. So if Sam can win this one, certainly plausible. Is it weird that I think you give Robert the coin? But maybe not. Maybe you need the extra card to be able to fight with Gates.
Oh, you absolutely do. And you want the extra will.
Yeah, that's true. That's valid.
Yeah.
That's valid. What would you bring in here as Lucy?
So as Lucy, I'd be bringing in my Hydrias.
Yeah.
That just makes a lot of sense to me. As soon as they cast the Heavenly Magic, you're like, cool, God's Art. Your Heavenly Magic feels horrible now. And they will always feel horrible the whole game.
Yeah.
Your Dark Alices now feel really bad. That seems like the number 1 pick for me.
There's this weird setup where like if you hit a Hydria God's Art,
2 friends and a cat.
also could be very good.
Very good card.
If you hit Hydria's God's Art early and then just hard slam all your mirrors into the 4 gates, that does take away a lot of Robert's pressure, especially if you also get a Spirit of the Mirage Ruins, right?
Yeah.
Like if you get all 3 of those down, Spirit of the Mirage Ruins, a Hydria God's Art resolved, and all 4 mirrors for all 4, like you just never let gates resolve, then I don't know, that's pretty hard for Robert. Like Robert at that point becomes flash in as many bodies as possible and Vlad them to death. Like that's all.
Yeah, that's probably the end game, and I think Sam just beats him before that.
Yeah.
I think that probably the number 1 thing I would be considering is I've seen Lumia's Rage, so I need to hold on to a mirror just in case he decides to go that route. And I
True.
don't see my 2 friends and a cat.
Yeah, 2 friends and a cat would also be weirdly really good here too, right?
Cast 2 friends and a cat on an Asmodeus cast, and now you've expelled 5 cards.
Yeah, for sure.
And I don't believe you ramp. You don't untap your stones, right?
Because attendant, I believe, says if you do.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
If you do, yep.
Yeah.
So
then
because you didn't actually successfully remove them from the game, you won't recover 3.
you yeeted 5 cards into the void. Thank you.
Well done.
Yeah. So like, there's a lot of things that Sam can bring in. Like Lucy, in my opinion, has a lot of untapped potential. Because she gets the benefit of all of the blue support that came out.
Sure.
The real question is, setting the stage could be a card.
Yeah,
for
shocker.
Robert.
Robert could definitely play setting the stage. I think that would be what I would like. I think that would kind of be the only thing I would bring in.
There's a world where if you don't main deck Violas, you could bring those in too.
That's true.
Because you can find those off the top with test tubes, and just add them to your hand, which is really nice.
That's true.
And because if Sam just learned his lesson and doesn't tap out on his own turn, those Violas feel very strong. Plus, then your Lucy's even bigger. So there's a world where Sam brings in a really, really good sideboard here. He just cannot tap out on his turn.
Yeah.
Do not do it.
Yeah, that's the biggest weakness.
I can't tell. Are those panda dragons? Is that a panda dragon on his sleeve? I think so.
Hydria.
Hydria's
Hydria is
here.
live. That makes sense. Like in response to the triggers before he even gets a stone, Bird will coin to Hydria. That seems correct. one third of the Trinity to win this game
And that-
online.
And that is why you take the coin.
Yeah, the problem is now though that a turn 1 Gates gets to resolve. So like
No, because you can pitch.
no, you can't. You've already used an activate ability. You cannot do mirror for the pitch cost.
Is that what the stipulation is?
Mm-hmm. If you have not played any spells or activate abilities
Darn
this turn. So
dang
if there's a Gates here, it just gets to resolve. So as Robert, I just slam Gates if I have it.
Yeah.
Like there's no reason to not. But we don't. Never punished.
So lucky.
Never punished.
Moonshade, looking good. Yeah, I would just start setting up your engine here. Pitch. To look at the top 2.
Yep.
That seems pretty good. Institute. Ooh.
Neither of those are hits.
Sam.
A little bit of a
buddy,
whiff.
buddy.
Don't play anything. Just hold mirror. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Down to 39. Big show. Robert's going to big show here. Robert always big shows.
All right, Sam. I like your deck a lot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I like your deck a lot.
Oh, a Dark Alice. We're going to try to do the Dark Alice line. Minus 100 life for Robert.
No.
Oh, no. He still has to. He'll get to draw 1, and he still gets to do the sacks, which is what Robert just did here.
Okay. Drew for turn. Okay. We're good.
Yeah, everything's good.
Okay.
We did it at the end of Robert's turn.
was
So
like-
we did it at the end of Sam's turn, so we get to draw 1, and then we don't draw the other
Yeah.
one. But the Shahariar helps here, and then we get to
Yeah.
draw 4 turn. Yes, Robert played that correctly.
Okay. Good.
Robert does get to swing.
For 2. And then this is what you do.
Moving into combat. Attempting to cheat.
So technically, the way he should be doing this is declaring that he's putting something into the field, and then if Robert has a response, then you don't reveal that you have this spirit. So we are trying to resolve the inner effect of this darkness synthetic spirit.
So we have the enter effect on the chase, and now we're girl staring at.
Wrong timing. So Sam will still get to
Search.
search.
And Robert paid another 100 life for this, so now he's down to 38.
So Sam will get the search, and he will still get the block, because the stat buff is from the sub-ruler.
Well, there's also no stat buff right now anyway.
Oh, there is.
No, it's not. It's only if your Lucy is flipped.
I'm sorry. Can you confirm that?
I can. Are we about to have to do another recording? It's only if you control a witch J ruler.
Dang it. I don't think it'll ever come up in the video.
Okay,
You're fine.
good. It's still. I mean, it's still a 0/3, so it's still.
Yeah, okay.
It's still like.
doing-
It's
doing
still
work.
just. The Dark Alice still won't kill it,
Still
but
doing
like.
work.
Yeah. This is a little bit of a misplay from Robert, letting the test tubes get to come in. I think he sequenced when the girl staring at should have been cast. This gives Sam a turn.
Yeah, at this point, Robert's misplays are helping Sam a lot.
Yeah.
Sam's engine is online, and he can pop the Dark Alice with the Darkness Spirit.
I don't think really you need to, but it does put another alchemic in your. It puts the Alice into your item area, which is helpful.
Which turns on your stones, which he is playing.
Just not right now.
His,
They're just
his
they don't have it right now.
Alexandrite stones. So
Yeah.
like it Alexandrite with nothing in an item area feels real bad, especially if you have nothing in hand to put in there.
Yeah, true.
And I'm just like just get value. It's free value, right?
We're not pitching to Lucy here, or pitching to test tubes.
So Sam does not have another synthetic spirit in hand. It's a little.
Well, you know he does. He got a search. He's choosing to save it for a cheat in, I guess.
Either a cheat in or a pitch. On Robert's turn. We're being summoned. So we're attacking into the synthetic spirit, or at least he should be, because that's what you have to do. You cannot attack Sam directly. We're casting heavenly magic. I think this is where either your mirror comes down, Actually, you don't even care, right? You're gonna get one card, but that's fine.
He doesn't even get any because this is during Robert's turn, right?
He's already drawn.
So this is just
Yeah.
pumping and not drawing anything.
This feels really bad. If I'm Sam, I love this. It's like, cool, thank you. Thank you for
Yeah.
putting cards in. So I will flash something in on the end of your turn and do things.
Yeah.
I still think there's a world where you just like play Darkness Synthetic Spirit.
Blue
and
Boys?
just, Blue Boys here. You get a search. I still think there's a world in which you just sit on the Darkness Spirit and just continually try and pop Shahryar. It doesn't even matter that it doesn't die. You just have an outlet for putting things into your item area every single turn.
Maybe. The problem
really
is
helpful.
Sam has to find a way to push damage, right? So like we have to be at a point where we get like these institute Lucy plays to like be able to swing through. We got to find it, and we got to find it before Robert gets Gates live. Having the Hydria live is certainly helpful, but we gotta find it somewhere.
You certainly will. So he's playing at least 2 to 3 Institute is my intuitive guess. And then I would imagine like 2 Witches main board.
Alexandrite trigger.
That's going to be really helpful. There is a world here where if you're like, I need a particular color, that you just put something in with test tubes, search out the synthetic spirit you want, and then put it in with the enter trigger. That's a pretty common trick.
That's true. Let's see. Alexandrite picking what we want to try to keep here, or what we want to put into the item area.
Yeah, I think you.
Oh no, we just put nothing into the item area. Off of Alexandrite, we're just going to cast Synth Spirit Light.
Oh, this is wrong.
I
don't like this.
I'm not sure why we did this here. Like, it feels. I mean, we can. The thing is, we can put something into the item area at any point in time off of alchemical research. So, like, Alexandrite is live, even though we didn't put something from hand. That's a key point here.
Yeah.
So, like, it's not a void stone right now because we have stuff in the graveyard that we can tuck. Just feels like we're in a very similar situation that we saw from game 1, where, like, we're spending will when we don't have to into the deck that wants to do a ton of stuff during its main phase.
And you're using stones that hurt you to do that.
Yeah.
So it's actively hurting you to do this, and it's not advantageous. We are dumping to look at the top 2. Hey, you can grab any of those if you want.
Grab the bounce one. Get rid of our big boy.
You can just search that out again.
Yeah.
So that's really helpful. So Sam's just gonna gain 6.
Go back up to 42. We now have a red blue stone live. 2 friends. Oh wait, we only have 1 will. Draw for turn.
You can play it. You get a discount on 2 friends.
Yeah, we'll be able to play it.
Yeah.
Gonna do the Vlad drain. So Robert technically gains 100 life here because he pays 100 and then gains 200. 39 to 40 current score.
It's gonna be a long game, kids. Yeah, if Robert lets Sam get away with, like tapping stones on his turn to play cards, either Robert's hand is really bad, or yeah.
I mean, like the other thing is Robert is like, I don't know. It's Sam's responsibility to win this game. It's not Robert's responsibility to win this game.
Yeah,
because
that's fair.
Robert's already up a game,
It's
right?
like, well, I don't care because I'm already up a game. So
Paying 3, we just
paying 3.
go down to 38. We're doing Replicant Shiva? Oh, green and white. Yeah. This Replicant Shiva doesn't kill anything. I don't agree with this play at all. Like, it's 3 will to do nothing? Because it won't kill any of the spirits. Because they'll take 0 damage.
Correct.
And then the Shiva will be able to swing at 1, but I don't think you care.
It does buff your board. Which
It is
kinda
very
relevant.
clearly going to then use the whole idea here is very clearly we're going to use the Shiva,
Gain 6.
gain another 6, go up to 46. Like, I honestly think you should actually bounce the Shiva back to Robert's hand.
You can't.
Why? Is it just additions?
It's additions and regalia.
Oh, never mind. What's being used here is the Shiva's going to kill one of the spirits so that the Dark Alice is big enough to kill the other one.
Yeah. Misty Dragon statue would be really good here,
That would be very good. Trigger
But-
to gain 2 counters on everybody.
but no.
I just
But
don't have
no,
it. Just don't
It's
have
okay.
it.
This is the life of a commentator. This is what I'd be doing. Nope.
But now the Dark Alice is big enough to be able to start swinging at the other spirits.
Yeah. The Shiva play is actually pretty decent.
Yeah, it certainly does make it so that we can just start clearing off multiple spirits a turn, right?
Yeah.
If we have a Dark Spirit in hand, we could cheat that in, but we've already used Alchemical Research this turn,
Yeah.
which is a problem.
I think doing at the end of Robert's turn is probably good because then you go into your turn and again you just like start filling up your item area.
If we have a fire, we don't have a fire. It's in It's in the
Item.
current item area.
Yeah, red and blue synthetic spirit don't really do anything.
Red would have been able to burn the Dark Alice, which at least keeps one of our synthetic spirits alive.
Yeah,
So
But
that's
I'm
what I'm
saying
talking about.
in general, it doesn't do that much.
I really like the
Um,
fact that we're having synthetics versus replicants. We're just watching the. It's very funny.
Getting a darkness spirit.
Sam's doing a great job of keeping all the gates off of the board, primarily because Robert isn't playing them.
Good job, Sam.
I don't like.
Like quite literally though, because the Hydria is what did it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, 100%. The
Hydria's
Hydria
like,
is.
you will never find your gates now.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. The big I don't know how much pressure Sam can put in when he hits 5th stone.
Yes, he's under Hydria.
Yeah, they're both under Hydria. He drew for turn.
Yeah,
He searched with Synthetic Spirit.
the blue does not draw you.
Blue doesn't draw. Yeah, no.
Blue
That was draw
bounces.
for turn. Neeb. Yep.
We got you. We got you.
Thanks, Neeb.
Yeah, Lucy is uniquely kind of immune to Hydria.
Yeah, because you're selecting. You're not drawing,
Yeah.
right?
You're searching cards. The real card that gets hurt by it is the homunculus.
We just pass, right? Yeah.
Yeah, just pass.
Yep. We discard the hand size. Yeah. Get rid of the Hydra. We don't need our.
Yep.
So again, we need Institute to be able to push the lethal damage, I would imagine.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's playing Sphinx or another form of win condition. It looks like it's Witch Institute.
Yeah, we have a bunch of will to be able to play through whatever Robert's going to try to do here, which is certainly helpful. We are going to take at least some damage, but we have been gaining some life, so that doesn't feel too bad.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine the Shiva goes at the synthetic spirit just to put 2 more +1/+1 counters on everything.
Yeah, the
right?
Shiva's doing a lot of work right now.
Yeah.
Because I don't. I'm trying to think of anything native to the deck that would be able to just get rid of that stuff.
We can cheat in after the water spirit gets destroyed. We can cheat in darkness spirit and then move water spirit to item area to kill the Dark Alice,
Yes.
so that we only lose 1 body this turn.
Mm-hmm.
Goes down to 37 for Robert. Gonna make spiders with sealed stone of Ega.
Yes, the other mode.
Hey, I've used it.
The
I've
secret-
used it. They
the
have
secret
Bane.
mode.
They have Bane.
The secret.
And we know that
spider
Robert
mode.
is also playing Institute, so like make a bunch of spiders.
Make a
Sam
bunch of
has
spiders.
7 cards in his hand. There's
Oh God. Oh, the insanity.
You're under Hydria. Is it? Yeah, we're gonna pause it. Thankfully you're on stream, so we can kind of watch and track what your hand is. So just pause, guys. Okay, so to explain there, we had to try to figure out exactly how we were going to repair the game state after drawing an extra card because of the Ega while under Hydria. Watching exactly, it was, so just for the sake of clarity, just for the sake of repair, we are shuffling Robert's deck while keeping the Ega on the bottom, just to verify that there is 100% no way that Robert knows what the top card of his deck is. And that's the repair. Ta-da! Hydria, folks. Oh,
Oh,
all of these tokens are about to get 2 counters.
yes.
That'll all be 3 3s.
And they'll all be able to kill anything that Sam puts on the board.
Test tube's activation is good. Dark Boy. Okay, hear me out. Can Dark Spirit pop our own spirit?
No.
It can't target your own things?
Cannot.
Oh, rough.
But he might have that Tinkerbell in hand.
Ooh, that's true. That's true.
This is that bread and butter play.
This would be insanely good if there's a Tinkerbell here.
Yeah.
There is
There
one
is.
in hand, certainly.
And this is why you have mana going into your opponent's turn
Yeah.
to do
I mean, if this Tinkerbell gets...
ridiculous things like this.
I think you... Do you
I think you hard
pay
cast it.
3 for Tinkerbell? Just-
I don't think there's any reason not to. This is what your mana's for.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, actually, I don't know if you can.
He doesn't have white in there yet.
Um,
Goes down to 44.
yeah.
He does have setting the stage in hand, though, which can protect the Tinkerbell, which is
Yeah.
very important.
We're booping. Boop, 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 boop. Kill everything but Shahryar and Shiva.
Yeah,
Seems pretty good.
that's fine. You just pay another 1. Like, I think you'd let the Lorite come in and then you just pay again. We're setting the stage in response to the Lorite.
See more cards. That's probably good. As opposed to
Yeah.
see more butts.
Yeah, so, yep, currently Tinkerbell is still in hand. Ooh, this is going to be a girl staring at. Make a blue.
Muse.
I think you hard cast the Tinkerbell in response.
He
You'd
can-
still, yeah,
he
you've
can.
revealed it. You can still cast it. If we've got double white available.
Does he have double white available?
Yeah, he's got 2 Moonshades.
I can't quite.
Oh, no,
see.
he only has 2 will available. Never mind. Ah, rip.
R.I.P.
That's rough.
Unless he does have 2 Moonshades and I just can't see it.
No, it's only 1. He's only got 4. Unfortunately, he's only at 4 will total. This is why we should have just hard cast the Tinkerbell.
Well, he still wouldn't have been able to.
Yeah, he would
Or
have.
no, yeah, he has
yeah,
2
because you're still
Moonshades.
hard paying for it.
2 Moonshades.
Yeah.
So we're drawing a card. RFG'd.
And now the Lorite gets bigger too.
Yay.
Woof.
Oh.
This is rough.
Oh.
This is rough.
Well, with the spirit, he can.
All of these guys are getting 2 more +1/+1 counters. The Dark Alice has 4 +1/+1 counters.
Oof.
All these spiders now have 2 +1/+1
Yeah.
counters.
Suddenly, Robert is back in the game.
Dark Alice is gonna knock out the Dark Boy.
Oh, we have Homunculus in hand.
I don't know how that helps us though.
It blows up his board, and it's untouchable. and it's linkage, so you can make it cheaper.
What is it? Homunculus?
It should be search synthetic spirit. It's a racist homunculus.
Okay, synthetic spirit. This guy.
Yeah.
Untouchable, linkage, barrier, attributes of cards stacked below this card. I mean, with Robert being tapped out, that's decent.
Yeah. You will not draw cards, but you will have a 10/10. And if you stack 3, which I think you do, I think you stack 3, then you just play another synthetic spirit, and all of a sudden you can alchemic research twice, which I think is really good. The real problem is that synthetic spirit, your homunculus, will die to Shiva. So you gotta get rid of Shiva.
Yeah, because of how many counters she has on her right now, right?
Yeah, you can wrath the board, which is great, but Shiva won't die.
Girl staring at plus linkage synth spirit. Yay? Nay? Maybe?
Yeah.
Thank you, Paul. Very helpful.
Yeah.
Let's see here. What is the play?
Yes, the card is Wanderer legal.
Are we talking? He's talking about
The film card, yes.
the movie card.
The movie-
Yes, he verified it with the staff before the event that the card was Wanderer legal.
We're gonna pitch. Look at the top 2. I think this is correct.
Discarding Red Boy. Looking at the top 2. Hit another Tinkerbell, which we can't grab, unfortunately.
It's called Gain Balance. Gain Balance.
Shouldn't you float will before we linkage things?
Yes. But the will he needs. Well, I mean, honestly, like I'd be doing alchemic research to pop something so I can get the green boy into my item area and make that a little bit easier.
Homunculus.
We're gonna link it away, do 3. So we're looking at.
How are we making the green?
Yeah, how are we making the green?
Can you pause for 1 second? I just want to verify how you're casting this card. I have your timer paused. Okay, they verified that linkage can cover any color. It doesn't have to be specifically the attributes of the things you put back.
I'm
But
learning
we-
things here today.
What?
I'm learning things here today.
Yay!
I'm still learning about this deck. I'm so confused.
So we have a synth spirit, and we can.
Yeah, we suck up 3 cards. Don't suck them all up.
Stack up to 7.
You can't draw cards. Just do 3.
Yeah, we can't draw any extra cards, but still,
There you go.
just
There-
doing
there-
just doing
so-
3 to get to Trinity. Yeah,
Yeah, just get to Trinity.
so that you have the alchemic researches of the cards that are stacked underneath it. Make sure he doesn't draw extra cards. Yeah, he caught it. His own can't draw extra cards because of Hydria.
I can't remember if the homunculus gains alchemic research or not. I don't think he does, unless the synthetic spirits give it to him because they're stacked face up.
What do you mean?
I'm saying I don't think the homunculus gets alchemic research himself.
He does.
He does get alchemic
Yep.
research. Okay.
Yep. Because he controls a witch J/ruler. It grants
Oh, okay.
it
We're good.
grants its alchemic resources
good.
to the homunculus.
That's not how I've been playing the card. So
Problem is we gotta find a way to do lethal.
yes.
It's our next problem. And right now, Shiva can just kill the Synth Spirit.
Yeah, it's not good.
Let's see. So we play a Gates. And we have 4 things. Oh. Do we have a way to keep him alive? Yeah, 4 +1/+1 counters.
I don't know, but we better hurry. We're running out of time.
That's true. That's the biggest issue here is the timer. It would really suck to make this homunculus just to have it immediately get
Yeah.
destroyed.
I can't tell which of the chemical research effects he was using. Yeah, you can use it twice.
Yep, so homunculus can specifically do it twice.
So I think
Trying
this
to
is
blow
right.
up the king.
I think that works that way.
Yep, just hitting the RFG, just RFG in the top card. Hit a Gates.
That's pretty good. I think if you were in same situations, you still play the homunculus to just get rid of all of those tokens, because that was representing lethal.
That's true. The question is, does Robert play any more things here or pass the turn? If you play something here, that is time on the round. Active player is turn 0. So Robert, you are turn 0. 10 minutes of overtime. Now start. Weirdly enough, waiting a long time makes it so Robert can't win this game unless he like ridiculously combos under Hydria next turn. But
Yeah.
Sam now has 2 turns and 10 minutes to try to find lethal to make it a draw.
And he won't.
I don't know. I don't know.
I am not putting
Girl
money.
staring at coming down here, looks like for Robert.
I am not putting money on.
Oh, Muse staring at. Oh, yeah. If he has Muse staring at on one of them and Girl staring at on the other turn, that'll be it.
Yeah, that's it. I'm not anticipating there's gonna be a way for Sam to win here. He would have to play it very tightly and very quickly, and there's just not enough.
The Muse staring at is the backbreaking part.
Yeah.
Like it's like that's gonna be really hard for him to play through. He'll essentially maybe have 1 turn to try to push in some damage with the Witch Train. Like it has to be Institute this turn, right? It has to be Institute, play a million things during Robert's turn, go to your turn, go for Witch Train, hope Robert doesn't have another Muse. Or a Girl staring at.
Or a GST, or
Yeah.
or a Lorite.
Listen. You're not wrong.
I wouldn't be here if I was. Although I've been quite wrong most of this game. Hey, girl with two friends and a cat is here.
So
Ray Asnable is interesting. Lucy is a hard deck to
okay,
play.
Lucy is hard to play. So Sam just chose to concede. Looking at his hand, there was nothing he could do. So he just decided to concede.
Shoutouts to Sam for playing Lucy, because she is very, very hard to play. in Pilot.
Complicated.
Super complicated.
We're going to be jumping right into round 4 because we were the last people to finish our round. So we're going to be jumping into the last round. This is the last round where people are allowed to draw. So we'll pick something very quickly and jump into it. And then see what goes into it. Yeah, I think there was just some elements of we have a couple people who are undefeated. Logan Moses is currently 3-0 on Odin.
That's about right.
Let me look at round 4 real quick here. Let's see. I can pick you for stream if it's a matchup you'll win. I'm not allowed to tell you what your matchup is.
It's Prego TK.
I'm not allowed to tell you what your matchup is, Jordan.
It's not Prego
It's
TK.
not. It's not Prego TK. Currently, with 0 Farias in the meta, Almeri somehow Prego TK has made it this far into the tournament. Okay, we're gonna go set up round 4. We will be right back.
are you doing?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
Fucking around in a
Much
tournament for the
better.
first time in like a year and a half or some shit.
Yeah. Surprised you were playing.
I know, me and Patrick are splitting the last two.
Oh, nice.
So I'll judge the next one. I'm here to dream kill some motherfuckers. The token that is me, that's my Olympians counter. So.
Sounds good.
How do you prefer 1d6, 2d6, oiled up cage match?
2d6 sounds fine.
Well, I rolled 12, so
7 if you're going for
less than a 12.
Ben Wade.
Okay, we are all
For me, so.
we are all set
Yeah,
on
I'll
our
just
end.
tap you.
We are all set on our end. So at that point in time, you guys have 60 minutes on the round. You may begin. Okay. Daniel Negrete playing Almerius Moonstart Inferno. Kaltuma playing IU Olympians. A very interesting card that you will want to see in this Almerius Moonstart list is Final Breeze.
Yeah.
Very old card. What I
Very
have
old.
seen this, I played against this deck just for fun in Caseyville. It was a very, very cool list. Hey, Logan's in the chat, which means he ID'd as expected. And then they play setting the stage before recovery and then final breeze it themselves. So that you just hard lock your opponent out of the game,
All right. Beginning game triggers.
which is very, very funny.
Just a roll expected.
Rogue and Shiva, and I'll draw a card.
Okay.
So let's see
Call us.
exactly how this goes for Cal. Cal has to race, but also can't race too hard
I will pitch Terra to activate.
because it sets up Inferno, right? So like you have to one-shot them, but one-shot them correctly. Daniel getting to probably not play Magic of Trust and Love. We're playing the Almeria stuff here. We see Sympathy of Fire and Wind and a Zeus Alice. Zeus Alice probably going to be the card we grab because we're trying to get to Union 7.
End of your turn, I will filter with Moonstart.
We're filtering with Moonstart on turn 1. That's an interesting choice. We're going to call Stone with Almerius then?
Yeah.
Call.
Yep.
Interesting. Choosing to just fully... Huh. Okay.
Pass me.
End of your turn, pitch Zeus Alice.
We're going to see... This is going to be the matchup of both players.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Uh,
You're good, you're good.
This just means war. Response.
Gasp. Yeah.
This means war.
There you go.
You
Okay.
both get to draw a card.
Yeah.
2 even in your case.
Okay.
Well, that
We'll take
mirrors...
Athena.
Yeah, Athena's... We're cranking up the Union 7 counter here. This is going to be a match of both players call Stone, pass, do stuff during upkeep. Like, do stuff during end phase and upkeep.
Anything important? Nope. Call stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pitch Persephone.
Mm-hmm.
Union counter continuing to rise. We hit Vacus and Muse staring at. Muse staring at not terrible here.
I'd probably choose that, right?
Of the two cards, I'd probably grab them, but no, we're just
Going-
gonna grab Vacus.
And I'll pass.
What does
End of your
Vacuous hit in this
Yep.
matchup?
I will pay 2 life to make a darkness,
And play Dante Interested Game of Gods
and I will play
or Lucifer.
a Lucifer. Defeat a 1-1.
There is Lucifer.
I lose 5.
Yes. Then I gain
Yep.
Okay.
5. Draw for turn.
I do appreciate that.
We technically don't have to kill them with Inferno. We can just
Lucifer?
beat them to death with the flyer.
Combat.
Yep.
4.
No blocks.
Put you at 31.
31.
Then I'll just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll pass turn. 8 cards.
End of your turn. we
Pitching to
will
IU effects.
Pitch an Athena for ability.
Yes.
Athena.
Union 4 now? Hades or Ares?
Getting those Indians.
Ares.
Trying. I'll take
I don't know, man. You got them right there.
We'll ship Hades, yeah.
Yeah. We're
Move to
we're,
my
we're
turn.
certainly going
Yes.
fast enough with these
Draw.
Olympians, right?
Oh, yeah.
4 on taps.
Very clean.
I will pay 3
Metal
to
Helix.
attempt
Metal
Helix.
Helix.
28.
This is pretty good. This is going to get us to Union 6 immediately.
I'll respond to Metal Helix.
Sure.
Let's pay 1 life.
Go down to
72
70,
for a green.
72.
Yep.
And
I
play
see.
a Ferris spell.
Ferris spell to cancel.
2 and a fair spell. Seems good.
Okay.
Moved on taps.
Yes.
Calls.
Okay.
Yes.
We tapping.
Pitch to another Olympian. Go to Union 5.
Just do what we can. Life. We live.
Let's see here.
One up.
That would have been, if that Metal Helix had resolved, Cal would have been a really good spot.
Mm-hmm.
Pitch. Aries to
After
ability.
Union 5.
Interesting.
Hit. Jeez, Louise, just an Olympian every single time.
Artemis.
That is the way.
RR Zorb. Yes, he won on stream with Steven Artillerist with the movie card. Yes. I love that we are 2 rounds past it and it is still being brought up in chat.
End of your turn.
Yep.
Pay 2 life to make a red and play a rogue spectator.
Rogue Spectator is cast at the end of Cal's turn to be able to put on more pressure. This makes sense.
Yeah, I think good.
Again, need bodies, right? You don't have to do the Inferno
Doctor.
line. You can just kill them.
Yep.
For pure memes, RR Zorb. We should
Before
get some super
recovery,
chats
we
in the chat to
go to
Keurig
restart?
Flex or
Keurig
Keurig
in
Flex for
Keurig's in the chat.
Keurig's
to
in the chat
flex.
for the movie, the card.
Go to recovery.
Force of Will, the card game, the movie,
For recovery, I'll
The-
pitch Artemis.
playing card, the finishing lethal line.
the lethal
Gee, there it is. There's Union 7.
oh,
Literally, he has hit an Olympian every single time.
Let's see. 28. Very much a dial.
I think it justifies itself. Actually,
Yeah, it justifies itself.
it justifies itself. It transcends all synergies and playability.
So Cal is at Union
yeah,
7
but-
setup now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if he gets 1 clean turn, even at 7,000 life, you just can die immediately.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to take
Swing
8,
4 in the air.
go down to 2,000.
And go to combat again.
Yep.
4 more in the air. I mean in the ground.
20 even.
20 even on life. Tons of cards in hand for Daniel.
8.
Is this just 4/4 beats the deck?
Yeah, I
Does he
think I'm
have
just gonna
Prideful
to
Roar
pass.
in hand?
Okay, here we go. 8 cards in hand. Both players with a full grip of cards.
Yes.
Olympians are live for Cal as soon as one goes on the chase. Setting the stage. Before recovery.
4 on taps. Perfect Loki.
Ooh,
Loki.
pays 3 life for this.
Very interesting.
I don't hate this.
I also do not hate
It's
this.
stat neg, so it also makes the Lucifer not able to kill anything, and this is before recovery. So if we burn some resources fighting over this, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Cards in hand.
7.
7 cards in hand for Cal.
I'll respond.
Good card.
Mood start. Oh, we're burning coin.
Are we doing coin?
Use
Are
the
we
coin.
doing it? We did it.
For setting the
End
stage?
stage.
Yep. Setting the stage
Yeah.
coming down here.
He does not have mirror
Draw.
for sure.
Yeah.
So it's gonna resolve.
Yeah, we saw the mirror go away earlier.
Responding.
Mm-hmm.
We're digging for Daniel.
Shoot you for 7.
Shoot him for 7, takes him down to 10. Does Daniel just have enough
Shoot me
burn
for
in hand?
7.
Down to 10.
Go to 10.
Doesn't get to draw a card. How many Chev's Tears in the hand, Daniel?
Yeah.
Oh,
rogue resolves.
None. That's as far as we go.
Okay.
Data.
So those are gone.
You do not discard a card because he's minus.
Yep.
Interesting. He can't go down to, well, he can't risk going down to 8
I'll
because
like
Chev's.
to perform something before recovery. at the end. I know what you
Yeah.
Pay 2
Yeah.
Goes down to
still.
68.
to play
Still before we
another stay in the stage. Draw a card.
We're just digging.
Sure.
We're digging.
Oh boy. Okay.
Then
Dig
attempt
dug.
to shoot you for
There it
8.
is.
Do we have something for Cal? Setting the stage doesn't help us here. Is there a second Chev's Tears in hand?
I'll take 8 down to 2.
And then
If there
tap
was, he would
2
just
more
pitch it,
to
right?
Shoot you for another 8. Lethal.
I'll respond.
Yeah,
Yes.
there it is.
I mean, that was
I'll pitch Door of Time for ability.
Just trying to see what we can dig for? Death Scythe Fairer spell, but we're
Fair
out of...
spell.
Yeah, but we can't pay for it.
Oh no!
I'm at 2.
Yeah, if we had done that... If we had done it in
Yeah, you got
response...
it, Dane.
Oh,
And the Fairer spell is also under setting the stage, so it wouldn't have mattered.
your
Yeah,
Olympian count was pretty high there.
that's real.
It was. I was gonna try to kill you. I was
Yeah,
about
I
to
know.
try to kill you.
Yeah.
I
I
was
know
just
you
like,
were.
I'm gonna cast this Hestia and try to commit murder.
We are.
Currently 49... just under 50 minutes left on round, gentlemen.
Your face is 50 minutes left, man.
Thanks, Cal.
You're welcome.
The Almerius buff, the extra life, is certainly helpful,
Mm-hmm.
but under IU Olympians, sometimes you just die anyway. So it's like, I don't really know. I don't really know if that extra life's that helpful. But I think this was a good example of Daniel pivoting to like the 4/4 beats, right? Of like that was a good strat, I think, in general, of just like putting pressure on with the 4/4s. To be able to put Cal in a weird spot. Because if Cal had more life there, Cal probably would have been able to potentially survive.
Yeah, the 7K certainly seems to help.
Yeah. It's a question of, is he staying on Almerius or is he going to go to Moodstar or Mylist?
Well, he's certainly keeping
Boarding
that-
some cards.
He's certainly keeping us on edge with that.
Yeah.
Because he reset his life to 40. You notice.
He's hiding his information.
I'm hiding my information. Playing very tight. The mind games.
Yeah.
The 10.
Both of these players have qualified for Worlds. So Cal technically is going back to Worlds as a judge this year, but he wanted to play in at least one. So he's playing today, and then Patrick is going to do the one next month while Cal judges. So our judge is at least getting to play. Not me, though. I never play in tournaments.
Well, you're not a judge.
That's true. Well, technically I am, but also I don't actually judge events.
Just one Keurig.
A single Keurig in the chat has been given.
Thanks, Kaiden.
Nope, that's Patrick.
Thanks, Patrick.
That's the first Asher.
No. That's Kaiden.
It's not.
Patrick, I deny your existence. You are Kaiden.
Wow, rough.
Love you, buddy.
I'll go second.
Oh, okay.
Cal choosing to go second. It's another full turn of Olympian shenanigans.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see how this goes. I mean,
Guessing you want to do down the middle again?
Oh, we
Yeah,
going
was fine for me.
right
I'll
into
just
burn.
have you.
That's
yeah.
nice.
Okay, cool. Well, we're back to my list. We're just going to try to pressure down before the Olympian count can get high enough, which I think is correct. I mean, you
Yeah.
race them, right?
No, I'm at 40 now. I switched to Mills.
Oh, you switched to my list?
Yes.
Rude. I don't want to deal with my list.
Ironically, Cal played the last time Cal played on stream. He was playing. He did play against a my list, I think, on stream.
Yeah.
Or he might have been playing my list. I think the last time Cal was on stream, he was playing my list. So it's now come back to him. That was like what 4 years ago
Oh, okay.
since Cal has last been on
Alright,
stream.
Beginning of game triggers.
Here we go.
Yes.
Drawing
roll
extra
and
cards,
draw.
getting extra will.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Ready?
Rose. Yep, go ahead.
Cal at the
Call.
same number of cards as Daniel, because Moonstart gets an extra card at the beginning of the game.
Attempt to draw 2.
This means war.
This means war.
That's fine.
I think there's a world where you're supposed to mirror
End of
that,
your turn,
but
pitch
maybe
My
not.
favorite Olympian god
Dump it, Olympus.
of building.
Oh yeah.
Pitch Mount Olympus to the effect. We have Metal Helix and Artemis.
Good.
Makes sense to not bit the Metal
My turn.
Helix because we have
Draw.
the
Draw stone.
Yes.
Olympus engrave already.
Stone has been called. I will pitch Hera.
So we know that Cal has access to 3.
Take
Lim-
Hestia.
Wow, these Olympians just sitting on the top of the deck.
End of your turn.
They like Cal.
Yep.
They do.
They like him.
We start to shoot you for 7 and draw a card.
How rude.
Magic of Trust and Love coming in.
33.
Draw.
Yep.
Still end of your turn. Pay 1 red.
Yeah.
And play a rogue spectator.
Daniel is going
Draw the turn.
fast.
Yeah.
Daniel's down to 39.
Before you recover.
Yes.
Loki's Insight. This is a good hit. Double
Oh
setting the
my
stage.
gosh.
Chev's Tears definitely going.
There you go. Big sweep.
And another
Chev's
Magic.
Tears. It's obviously Chev's Tears and Magic of Trust and Love, right? Like
Yeah.
those are very clearly the grabs.
Take those out.
Like it's not even close.
Goodbye.
We'll take
Pretty good
Tears
cards into the
and
void.
Truth and Love.
Yeah. Loki's Insight is 100%. Come on. There we go.
There we
Loki's
go.
Insight, grabbing the Trust and Love and the Chev's Tears is 100% the grab there.
Cover.
Because now Daniel's hand is all defense and no offense.
Mm-hmm.
Call.
Yep.
Combat.
Take 4.
Yeah.
Swing.
29.
Cal's at 29. And we know that Cal can
End of your
set up
turn, I'll pitch a
unions pretty
Apollo.
nice.
Dump Apollo.
So we know he has 2 more Olympians in hand. That's a Dance of Spirits.
Ooh,
That's
real.
Take Dance of Spirit.
Real
the problem
spicy.
is the fairer spells now.
Move to my turn.
We have to answer the fairer
Yes,
the
drop.
fairer spells.
Yes.
Untap.
Untap's good.
Cost. Chrysoberyl.
Price a barrel.
Crystal Barrel.
That's pretty good.
Pitch Hestia.
Yes.
Dump to look.
So we know we have access to, well, there's Ares, there's Book. Book's probably going to get,
That's a card.
Take Grim Book.
That's gonna help.
the problem is Big Grim Book gets answered by the 1 of Mirror in Daniel's hand. So, like, casting it doesn't seem great.
It's certainly one of the pieces, though. I guess if I'm Cal, I probably value Aphrodite in this matchup, right?
Go ahead.
Yeah, 2-drop Aphrodite would be very good.
Yep.
Because it would dodge,
filter with moves?
it would dodge Mirror.
Yeah.
It would dodge all the cancels that we know that Daniel has in his hand. Gain his 2,000 life. The Rogue Spectator's already been cast, so
Mhm.
getting the
Still
extra
on
life.
And then all the damage is
Take the
redirected to
darkness.
her anyway.
And play
So you're kinda like-
Lucifer.
Lucifer. Coming in here.
24. I'm near at 40.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daniel's just trying
Go
to
my turn.
get aggressive here.
Over.
Just 4/4 beats with burn as the reach.
Recover.
Yeah.
Do we
Call.
Judgment Moodstart this turn?
Combat.
If we pull a card out of Cal's hands, I think you Judgment this turn. The Moodstart
4 more on the ground.
takes him down to 16. Yeah, I legitimately think you just Judgment. It would be enough to kill with
Yeah,
lethal.
I think
You'd be,
that's it. I'll pass turn.
Cal's at
End of your
16 here.
turn, I'll attempt
Lumia.
to awaken wings targeting Lucifer.
Awakening the Wings of Light and Darkness, targeting Lucifer.
Respond to cast.
Yeah.
Pay 1 life.
Mhm.
Fair spell it.
Burns a Fairer spell out of the hands.
3. I'm at 14.
Cal is currently at 14.
We'll still end of your turn. Pitch Artemis for ability.
Yes, Artemis good.
Here, Union 6. There's Poseidon and an oboe. Poseidon doesn't super help.
Take Poseidon.
We need to get through 2
to my
will.
Yes.
Drop it.
Drop.
Move down taps.
With a mirror in hands.
Cost.
We need access to setting the stage, but there's also a fairer spell. This is rough.
Yeah.
This is rough. You'd need... I mean, in this sequence, if it's Poseidon Fairer setting the stage, Cal can win the sequence and win the game.
Attempt to cast a Crimson Moon's
the book.
Fairy Tale.
Attempt to cast book. This helps us gain life. If this gets to resolve, this gets us back in the game.
Respond.
Mhm.
Pay 1 life. Blue.
Yep.
I think we just do mirror.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mirror it.
Yeah. This might be enough anyway, now that you've gotten the mirror out of the hand.
Yeah.
Pitch Poseidon to ability.
We are now at... There's the Afro.
Oh, that's it. That's going to be really helpful.
Aphrodite.
The Afro is very helpful because that will be Union 7. Aphrodite will gain 4,000
That mirror's
and be able to soak up both of the swings.
That mirror's expelled.
5 down to 6. Gotta do what we gotta do. I'll attempt to cast an Aphrodite.
He put.
Union
I'm
7.
sorry. He put the.
Yeah,
he put
baby.
the book in grave. It should be
Moss.
expelled.
Respond to cast, I guess.
Cal, just don't forget that your book is expelled because of the mirror. No, it's not engraved.
Excuse me, thank you.
Respond by trying to filter with Moonstart.
We're going to try to dig with Moonstart. We are at Union 7, gaining 4,000 life potentially. This is a big swing for Cal. There's nothing really in that hand to really mess with it. And she's a 410, so both of the swings from his resonators won't be enough to kill her.
Yes, that resolves. Yeah.
Ooh, 4,000 life
54.
gain. 54.
I'll drop you.
What a turn.
Yes, start.
And I will pass the turn.
Wow, what a hit.
Draw turn.
What a hit. All that work that Daniel did just gone.
Does not work for nothing.
Literally, Daniel just said that too, if y'all heard it on stream.
Yep.
All that work just completely undone immediately.
And she's did she get buffed up?
She is-
Or
Yeah, I
She
think
is a
Cal's in a really
410.
good place too.
she
gets
takes
all
all
damage.
damage, right? Yeah.
Yep. She'll take all the damage.
Reading text.
Let's see. This is rough.
Yeah, I guess I have no choice. I'll pay 2 life.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Going down two.
Are we judgmenting Moonstart?
Moonstart.
I think that's
Yeah.
the way.
I mean, it does let you flip the My List too, right? You can swing with the Moonstart and then Judgment with the My List.
Goddard. Millis.
Oh, wait. Okay, we're Goddarding My List for the extra will.
Pretty good.
And then Judgment. Millis.
Oh, that's a misplay.
Enter Millis. I have 5, so 15 to the field.
But now the Moonstart can't swing. That's a misplay.
Combat.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that's probably okay
Can't swing
though.
with her, so swiftness. I'll just. swing
Yep, he
15.
just realized the misplay there.
Down to 39.
This fully taps
And then
Daniel
4
out,
Take 4.
and Cal's at Union 7.
4 more.
31.
Cal ends at 31. Daniel is fully
End your
tapped
turn,
out.
I will
Cal is
activate
at Union 7, going into his turn with 4 will.
pitch Sympathy of Fire and Water.
Yes.
Take a
Girl
will
staring at
save.
certainly helpful as a follow-up turn. A
Mhm.
little bit of a misplay there for Daniel not getting to draw an extra card.
Draw for turn.
Because you have to, for those of you who are wondering when I talk about missed opportunity, is you Judgment, Moonstart, swing with Moonstart, then Goddard, Judgment, My List. Because My List doesn't give Moonstart swiftness when she's a J ruler.
Let's see.
Cal just literally needs a Union 7 line. And like the game's over at this point.
Um,
Although
and
the
how
girls
exactly I do that is the question on everyone's mind.
the girl staring at though
Union
does make
7
both
should be fine.
both of the Moonstarts
Should be. I'm gonna pitch Cascade to ability.
Yes.
there it is.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's an
Grab the Athena.
That's an Athena. that will be the lethal right there.
I will
Cast Athena.
Yeah.
Yeah.
cast
Yeah.
Athena.
Yeah.
should be 19. Is it to your board?
So just make sure I
Yeah,
got all
put
this
it
stuff.
forward. No, the
I'm
first
gonna
one
hit
is
you for a bunch
to
of stuff.
me into anything, and then that when she
Yeah.
attacks. Field.
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
did.
so 16 to you.
How strong is she right now?
So she's a 9/9. She's gonna deal 6 damage to target player J-Res. I gain 6 life. Prevent all damage that will be dealt to me until end of turn. When it
Yes.
Yeah,
attacks,
Orb, I
deals
think
damage
that's
equal to
right.
your opponent and all their J-Res.
I don't think he actually had the
Swiftness to
judgment move
Swiftness
start.
flying, yep.
Okay, yeah, that was all.
He would have had
so,
3 will going into Cal's turn, which I
Okay,
think
I'll
would
do
have been a lot
16 to you.
better.
16.
Yep, goes down to
Down to
24.
24, and you gain 6.
37.
And then when it
Oh,
swings, it
combat.
will,
Yes.
I will attack you
Doing everything for
for
9?
9.
which is
Deal
19.
19 to you and your board.
Takes him down to 5 off of the burn effect from Athena, and then just
Is you and your
damage.
board, right? I'm gonna keep reading
Yeah,
this. 'cause there's
it's me and my
18
board,
lines
yeah.
of text.
How much was it? 19 to to me and my board, right?
Yep.
Yep. And then she kills me.
we take it to game 3.
Good. Cool. Game 3.
Yeah.
35 minutes left on round.
Plenty of time.
35 is exactly how many times I think
you're
darn
Daniel, do you
Jeremy's
go back to
pretty
Almerius?
whenever I see his face.
I think you do.
Oh,
It just gives you more time.
The
How it always
Almerius.
goes.
I think you
Game
go back to
1, I get
Almerius.
the jitters and I lose. And 2, I pull it through, and then game 3, I get overconfident and I die.
Oh no, you're fine.
I
It's okay. See, the beauty of it is that
actually think you stay
everybody
Milas
in the
Moonstart.
community knows that I'm a judge and knows
Yes.
that I'm at least usually it knows that
He
I'm
seems
a
to
pretty
agree with
chill
you.
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you stick with the
That way,
Milas
I won't have
Moonstart.
to
I think
prove
having the
anything.
option of
If
I think having
flop,
the
I'll
option
be like,
there
ha! I had
for,
it all along, fuckers.
trust and love to be able to also keep up hand advantage, I think is a
And
big
if I don't
piece of
have,
it.
I'll be like, I'm washer, whatever. I'm a judge. I'm still going to Japan.
Exactly. It's a win-win for you either way, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a smart way to make sure that you don't pull a Dan Roland. Count your sideboard.
Would you like first or second to
Love you,
Dan?
Dan.
Let's see. I think I would like to go second.
That seems
Cal will be going
reasonable.
first.
Tabs all right, or what do you want?
Yeah, you can just tap it. It's fine. And same house for me, right? For you?
Yeah, halves are good.
Let's see
You got
here.
my list again?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Milas Mooge is where we're
a
staying.
good boy.
That makes
I think
sense.
he's a better boy against this matchup.
Probably.
The race down. Plus, the other
Yeah.
thing here about the race
Kinda
down
like
is if
doing
you
fast,
get it
yeah.
even close, doing the
Think
double
it'll make
judgment
it really
turn
quick.
is like a way to close out the game quickly.
Basically, every time I'm like,
So
man,
if
that's a
Cal
good
gives him an
novel and
opening,
card
you know,
sitting
just
there, but
close
also
it before he
there's
can get to
one
Union 7.
Right,
Right.
No.
right.
Sure.
Pretty hard choice, right?
Yeah, I know, right?
But sometimes you just get to Union 7 and then the
Yeah.
game's over. It's how Olympians work.
Sometimes you find an Athena.
Sometimes you go digging and the game's like, here's a card that doesn't matter, and here's a winning card.
Did you want to win?
All
Here,
right.
take
Let me
this.
mulligan mine real quick.
But only if your name is Cal Tuma, or Minha, or
Yeah,
Ayush
something
Dalal. just if you're those three. And sometimes Lars. Lars too. Lars also gets it.
Sounds wonderful.
Right. What more could you really ask for to keep you in top athletic condition?
I'll do 3.
Okay.
Mulligans have been performed, and we're digging in here for game
Oh.
3.
Sounds good. Getting game triggers.
Yep.
Good match, though.
Same guy as usual. Cool.
Yeah, it's certainly
Same
a good
as
back and forth here.
always. Yep. I will call stone.
It's going to come down to, do we hit... That's a really good start for Cal. Possession Stone off the top is great. Stones that don't hurt him. That was a big piece. That Hera has found the graveyard within the first 2 turns all 3 games. Setting the stage. Cascade also is not bad. I honestly...
Stage.
And I will say go ahead.
I kind of think we should have grabbed the Cascade, but I don't know.
Yeah, seems good.
This means
I do
war
love
as
body
well.
reading.
Me too.
Maybe Cascade would have been
Drop a
good.
turn.
I'm
Just
more
to,
than
like,
one, I'd
stop
play
a
mine.
chef's tears.
Yeah, you're good.
But that Cal's hand too. Like setting the stage could just be better for Cal's
That's
hand.
true. A pre-recovery setting the
Yeah,
stage,
boy.
push in for lethal kind of
Yes.
option. No turn 1 play from
Yeah,
Daniel.
End of your turn.
Yes.
Pitch up Poseidon.
That's Olympian number 2.
Sign is good.
Death Scythe and
Hey, hard.
Calamity
Calamity
Taking
Shields.
Calamity Shield.
The sideboarded Calamity
It is
Shield.
moving my turn.
A great card because it costs 2.
Yes.
So it can't be mirrored.
Headphones
Magic
tangled
cylinder.
up.
It can be fair spelled.
It can be fair spelled. This is a problem. Hence the setting the stage.
Hence the setting the stage.
Untap. Call stone.
Second possession stone.
I will
Great
Solid.
for Cal.
Very good.
That's Union 3 for Apollon. There's Olympus and Ares. Olympus is going back into the deck because it's a wonderful, great
Olympus,
heal as
baby.
target.
I'll attempt to pass.
End of your turn.
Yeah.
Let's pay 2.
Good at
Darkness.
38.
Yeah.
Down comes the Lucifer.
Defeat a 1-win.
Cracks of time.
Cracks of time.
It is.
We cracking.
Great card here. Great card here. This is essentially heal 9 for Cal.
Filter with which start?
And we know they're setting the stage in hand too. So if we try to fight over this with Daniel, we burn a will coin and we get to setting the stage.
And then still responding, I'll pop the will coin.
Oh boy.
Attempt to mirror it.
Setting the stage.
A
Yep.
mirror and setting the stage.
Yeah. That's
Yes.
really, really good.
Your resolve, draw a card, and then
Draw an
I
extra
will
card.
push this to the bottom, right?
Seems
Yep.
pretty good.
And we get that off. That was
Okay.
burn
Dolphin?
2 cards, burn 2 will, heal 9, keep a body off board. That was really good for Cal.
Recover?
That falling into the cracks was very, very huge.
Call.
You're saying he's healing 9. I'm not sure how.
It's because you aren't taking it, heal 9 in the fact that Lucifer's not draining you and Lucifer's not swinging.
End of your
So it's like
turn.
you're preventing 9 damage. So it's like this like
Yes.
Go 4.
Union 4, Death Scythe, and March of the Dead. It's probably
March of
Death.
the Dead.
Yeah, it's probably March because we have Poseidon in graveyard.
It is indeed.
So if we get to
Nightmare.
Union 7, then suddenly March of the
Draw.
Dead is like lethal, right?
Untaps.
Mm-hmm.
Call stone.
Call's good.
I will pitch the Hades.
We're at Union 5.
I am at 5, yeah.
Hades is gone.
Math is hard.
There's Athena and a Red Witch.
Oh, that's really good.
That's a
think the
tough
Athena-
call.
I think you
Witch on the
definitely
bottom.
take
He's
Athena.
putting the
Say
witch on the
go with
bottom. Oh, rough.
I think you take Athena.
I
Drop it.
because you're only
Yeah,
because
boy.
you're at Union 5.
Yeah.
Only because you're at Union
Yeah.
5. If you weren't at
Before you,
Union 5, you'd
yeah.
grab the Red Witch every time.
Yeah, before you untap.
Okay, I guess let me play something
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Go,
yeah.
yeah.
I'm
Because
gonna filter.
I'm going to stop you before you untap.
Yep, that's fine. Filter.
Yep. Yeah.
Gonna see another Loki's Insight come down here before untap on Daniel's turn.
And then, yep, you're playing.
Insight.
That's really good.
That's really,
pay
really
I
good.
would pay that, yeah.
36 for Daniel.
Ferris spell that.
We're gonna burn a Ferris
How
spell.
dare you, good sir?
This is probably mirror.
How dare you all activate IU in response?
Oh well, now we're at
Pick an
Union.
Aphrodite.
Yep.
Yes.
Union 6. Aphrodite feels bad, but
I will.
kind of also okay.
Artemis.
That Artemis is really good here. That Artemis is really, really good here. Because we
You have one
can.
available. What does that one tap for?
Black, red, and blue.
Black, red, and
Put it on the Jason recover too.
Yeah, because it only costs 1. Because we at Union 7.
Yep.
You could hit it if you wanted, if you had the tools to.
But it'd still burn another resource out of your hands. And we're not dying here, Cal. I think it's correct. I
will
think-
say the fair spell's just fine.
Ooh, okay. Okay. I don't.
Well,
Well,
still before
Before recovery, I would say since
one
Daniel's
more.
going to try to do something here, now we would respond.
And play second stage.
Setting the stage.
Yeah, now
35.
now we go in, I think, with the Artemis.
You don't have a will coin or anything, right?
Nope. They'll be here.
So technically, the way this is working,
Artemis.
he's putting Artemis on the chase and then paying 1 will.
Yeah.
Right.
Artemis
2.
gets to recover some
Look at my
stuff.
hand, and I'll nod sagely, and I'll say that you can go ahead and draw a card.
Setting the stage is
Was
resolved.
it two
Welcome.
for,
Uh,
7?
Destroy all J-Res with flying your opponent
Leading
controls.
No, well.
Doesn't do anything here. But
Got him.
But-
For that,
We are at Union 7. We have will to play. We're undersetting the stage, but nothing before
Can't
recovery,
wait.
and only 3 will to act with. I think
That feels like plenty.
Daniel's
me.
gonna try to do secret. I think Daniel's gonna try to do secret duel plus Inferno here.
Call.
Yep.
Cards in hand.
5.
But it fully taps him out, and he has to rely on the magic of trust and love coming from resolves.
32.
Goes down to 33.
33.
Yep. Down to 33. Playing, setting the stage. I mean, Secret Duel in the Moonlight.
Secret Duel in the Moonlight.
He's gonna pay himself.
Ooh, baby.
To play, pay 30 life. So go down to 3.
Daniel is down to 3 life. If Cal has a burn spell in response to the Inferno, we win.
Oh, I mean, yeah. It do.
Gets to draw 3 cards.
You'll draw 3.
It comes down to what we have in response to the Inferno.
Inferno to put me to 3?
Yes.
Rude.
Inferno.
3.
Okay. Do we have a way to stop ourselves?
For a lethal 8?
I will respond.
Yes.
Calamity Shield.
Calamity Shield!
Good game.
Good game, Dan.
Yeah.
Magic
And he doesn't have the answer for the Calamity Shield. So Cal takes it with IU Olympians.
Game counts really quick.
Magic cylinder for game.
Literally, my entire game plan is just put all those.
Oh man,
Yeah.
it's like 2004 all over again.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, geez, Louise. Well, so like the risk there of the Calamity Shield line. So the risk of the Calamity Shield line is if he's got Magic of Trust and Love, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he had had a Magic of Trust and Love, then
You did forget about the shield.
yeah, I think he
did.
forgot about. He might have forgotten about Shield, but if he had, so the thing is, if you Chef's Tears in response to Calamity Shield, Magic of Trust and Love would have been lethal. I just don't think Daniel had it. Which was rough.
Gotta see cards.
Just didn't see cards.
You gotta
So,
see them. You gotta see 'em.
Crazy. Still got a good amount of time left on round, so we're gonna take a little bit of an extended break and try to figure out food for us. And we'll be back for round 5 in a little bit. Bye.
See you guys.
Alright, let's move to the sneak peeks of the new set of the Trinity class. Today we have 7 cards to show, which will introduce the new mechanics of the battle at the Sacred Ruins. The first one is Makoto Crosscorp's Dispel, which introduces the new keyword abilities Protect, which can be used to change where a J Resonator attacks, and Mantra, which has no special abilities, but more mantra you have, the strongest be soon, and its chance will become. The next one is Skulk's Assault Troopers, which introduces a new keyword, March Strike, which will be used by J Resonators to deal damage 2 times in battle, and also introduces the mechanics from the past, the weather is. This time, the new weather will be pollution. Be prepared, as the Skulk will produce a lot of smoke with their vehicles. The next one is Elementary, My Dear Morgine, which introduces Investigate. The Student Detective League star, Zaki, will use this new keyword to gain advantage turn after turn. As Investigate will allow her to search the deck for more cards or clues. Who knows? The next one is Goliath's Command, Management Board Meeting Now, which introduces 2 new keywords, Build and Demolish. As Goliath is the manager of building company created by his ancestor Yokoshima Hanada, he and his card will have different abilities depending on if they are building or demolishing. The next one is Double Jab Injection, which introduces another keyword ability from the past, Trent. As a combat medic, Aideen will use the Boss Fist to land punches and play multiple cards that will gain new abilities when played one after another. But as he is a medic, he will be healing players at the same time, sometimes in negative. The next one is Flame's Pack-Up Hounds, which also introduces a keyword ability from the Lapis cluster, Limit. Flam will be a very important character in this set, and will use Limit to trigger multiple abilities but a limited amount of time. And the last one is Lunar Communication Device, which introduces Solo Mode. This new keyword ability will change the way Force of Will is played. Cards with Solo Mode will have abilities in 2 different places, the upper part of the card, available to everyone, and the Solo Mode part of the card, which only players that control exactly one J-Ruler might be able to use. Solo Mode will appear in all kinds of cards, including additions, chants, regalias, resonators, and rulers. That's it for today. What do you think of the new mechanics of the battle at the Sacred Ruins? Tell us on the comment section. Thanks for watching, see you in the next video. Alright, let's move to the sneak peeks of the new set of the Trinity class. Today we have 7 cards to show, which will introduce the new mechanics of the battle at the Sacred Ruins. The first one is Makoto Kuroscope's Dispo, which introduces the new keyword abilities Protect, which can be used to change where a J Resonator attacks, and Mantra, which has no special abilities, but more mantra you have, the strongest be soon, and its chance will become. The next one is Skulk's Assault Troopers, which introduces a new keyword, March Strike, which will be used by J Resonators to deal damage 2 times in battle, and also introduces the mechanics from the past, the weather is. This time, the new weather will be pollution. Be prepared, as the Skulk will produce a lot of smoke with their vehicles. The next one is Elementary, My Dear Morugine, which introduces Investigate. The Student Detective League star, Zaki, will use this new keyword to gain advantage turn after turn. As Investigate will allow her to search the deck for more cards or clues. Who knows? The next one is Goliath's Command, Management Board Meeting Now, which introduces 2 new keywords, Build and Demolish. As Goliath is the manager of building company created by his ancestor Yokoshima Hanada, he and his card will have different abilities depending on if they are building or demolishing. The next one is Double Jab Injection, which introduces another keyword ability from the past, Trent. As a combat medic, Aideen will use the Boss Fist to land punches and play multiple cards that will gain new abilities when played one after another. But as he is a medic, he will be healing players at the same time, sometimes in negative. The next one is Flamis Pack-Up Hounds, which also introduces a keyword ability from the Lapis cluster, Limit. Flam will be a very important character in this set, and will use Limit to trigger multiple abilities but a limited amount of time. And the last one is Lunar Communication Device, which introduces Solo Mode. This new keyword ability will change the way Force of Will is played. Cards with Solo Mode will have abilities in 2 different places, the upper part of the card, available to everyone, and the Solo Mode part of the card, which only players that control exactly 1 J ruler might be able to use. Solo Mode will appear in all kinds of cards including additions, chants, regalias, resonators, and rulers. That's it for today. What do you think of the new mechanics of the battle at the Sacred Ruins? Tell us on the comment section. Thanks for watching, see you in the next video.
Congratulations. Was it
We
thank you?
are here for
no,
what
it was,
is going to
last
be
year,
a
actually.
very fun. I think this is going to be a very fun match to show off. We see another Lehen. I think we'll see a little bit more of the Lehen this time around because we didn't see it get rushed down by force of will to movie the card. And we have Derek playing Seer Lumia, which is not a combination of Seer deck I have seen. So both of these guys are sitting at table 5 with a record of X11. Because of the size of the attendance, this is pretty much a win and in for either of them. So the winner of this with this pairing should make it into top 8. So we'll have to see how this goes. I'm very curious about it. Paul, any initial thoughts as you think about what might be in this Seer Lumia list?
God. If I had to think about what Derek is trying to do, it would be probably Lumia's Rage would be my guess. That's a really good way of just saying, like, it doesn't matter how long the game goes. I'm just gonna burn you out, right? In one swoop.
Yeah.
I think that might be the way to do it. So in that regard, obviously I expect to see Pictorial Scroll and other good treasures to help you dig for that. Potentially a lawn list to help you ramp with Asmodeus.
Ooh, that would be fun.
Other than that, I'm honestly in the dark.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. This was a good way to end day 1. I'm going to let him know that the timer started. Let's get into it. Okay, guys, welcome to the final round of Swiss here. You have 60 minutes on the clock. You may begin. Well, probably not Calamity Shields. The question is, how many Lumious Rage is there in their deck for Derek, and why is it 8? Wait, hold on. Shiva and Rogue. Shiva, Rogue, and draw a card.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see. Exactly. Because the rulers suggest that this is a control deck that has the capacity to just get around any of the crazy economy things that Leon can do.
Yeah.
Right? So that makes me lean toward Lumia's Rage. Parasol off the top is really
Maybe.
nice.
Parasol on top of the Explorer is good. Pure Heart. It comes down to what this Pure Heart trigger is going to get us. We're not getting anything off of it. Okay. At least not this time around. And a pass.
Okay, so if we're not getting a True Stone, then maybe it's not Lumia's Rage.
We whiff on the Explorer here, so we got a bottom deck a card for Lehen. Let's see. We see Moonshade. No spirits from Lehen. It'll come down to how fast those come out, right? I can't remember what the name of that card is. Water Spirit? Nope. Water Spirit of the Lamp. We do get a Water Spirit of the Lamp here. And let's see what goes on here. Mirror the Water Spirit. That makes sense to me. Get that out of the game. Even though it was quote unquote free for Travis, it is Travis's like main source of damage, so it's worth it to burn the mirror there, just to not have to be taking that 900 every turn. Especially because for Derek, we'll be able to gain 300 life every turn with the Lumia tap as well, which is nice. Or we're going to miss the gain 3. On this time around. I think he won't miss it moving forward. Another Pure Heartstone. Still not searching. Okay, interesting.
So not Lumia's Rage.
Yeah, definitely not a Lumia's Rage, or we're just more concerned about having the multicolor options as opposed to Almeria's here in this matchup, which I think makes sense. Another mirror. And a Kiki. Kiki's in the chat.
Kiki's in the chat.
Come on, let's see him. And if you can't, then you better be giving me, then you should sign up as a member so that you can do it. For Kiki's in the chat.
There's not Patrick. Yay.
First Kiki of the tournament that we have seen on stream, and it's round 5.
Weird.
Well, we only saw one Lehen, and that Lehen wasn't playing Kiki's, so. There it is. Thank you, Jeremy. Kiki's in the chat. What are we putting stuff back on bottom? Because this is an explore at the end of Derek's turn, so we still have to actually bottom the card. I think we already did, so. Explore 2 before draw, now that we've stacked a card. Wow, that's pretty good.
Value.
Muse staring at would be kind of insane here. You get a lot of value off of a Muse if we have it in Derek's list. Although putting bodies on board is helpful for us to be able to spot remove them. The biggest problem being that Travis has open will and 2 mirrors.
Those resolve.
This is before draw on Travis's turn, so now Travis gets to essentially control what his entire, his fate is, right? Let's see. What do you... I don't know enough about Derek's list. There's a world where I think Derek might be... it might be good for Derek to wait until Travis's end step to try to start spot removing things to then force Travis to run out of will on his own turn and then go into our turn. It's just a matter of what is going to be coming off of what is the Lumia providing to Derek in this matchup? Previously Derek was playing Christie. Sword of Prague. We're playing swords. Chooses to let that one resolve.
Interesting. Gaining 3.
Gain 3 up to 41. Crystal Barrel Stone. We are on a little bit of a clock now that we're taking 9 damage every turn. Derek ain't afraid. Derek not afraid at all. Getting to hit an Ega Stone and a Stallion with the Explorer.
Yeah, Travis is just getting free value at this point.
Yeah, Travis getting good value.
Cast Stallion to look for cards.
And set up Explorers, right? Because it's draw 3, put 1 back.
Put 1 on the bottom, and then you put Stallion on the bottom, too.
You can put it on top or bottom.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh.
So it sets up Explorers. It gets dead Explorer cards out of your hand and onto the top of the deck, so then be able to explore. And you can take any card in your hand and be the thing to put it back on top.
God, the card's good.
Just a lot of hand sculpting for Lehen here.
Why does a Stallion let you draw cards? I don't understand the...
This is what Warhorse wanted to grow up to be. We have not explored. We are under a setting the stage. We are casting a setting the stage. We are before recovery. What is this setting the stage trying to do? What are we protecting here?
It says choose 1. Put this card on the bottom of the deck as a result.
Yep, he did that. And
He
then
put Stallion on the bottom?
he did put Stallion on the bottom.
Okay.
Yep, and then he drew 3.
I did not see that.
Setting the stage gets to resolve. We get to draw a card. The card that we put on top with Stallion. We still have not explored. We're exploring 3. Question becomes, what are we doing? I'm paying 2. Kiki's Exploration? Oh, seal counter with hide. We're playing the hide variant. Okay. Down to 38. I am just...
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah. You can see the line? Okay. Yep, good.
I'm left in a world of just wondering what... why Travis did the setting the stage before recovery here.
Yep.
Let's see.
Yeah, what is he?
I mean, maybe it's just to, like, cycle through, right? Like,
Yeah.
you were going to have to discard the hand of turn, so why not set your hand up to be buffered? I guess. If we were going into 5 stones, I would say that was probably fine, but you know what could be? We could be going for Wise Dragon, and we wanted to buffer it before turn from something like a mirror. That would make sense to me. We're going to get in there for 9, if we are playing the Wise Dragon version. Just on a hard cast to Kiki. It's just a matter of whether or not he's playing Wise Dragons. If he's not, then I don't really know why we cast the setting the stage. If not to maybe just try to bait Derek into something.
Yes, that's fine.
Answer effect draw 2. We're certainly seeing a lot of cards. Metal Life Form Dragon, Metal Life Form Dragon, Metal Roamer.
Sure.
Now we're going to explore. We're going to just look at top 4. Do we see any more spirits?
Yeah, so far Travis is just getting to do everything he
Flowers.
wants to do,
And I haven't seen what Derek is trying to do. Another spirit.
yeah.
Currently buffered, so it can't be cast. Muse Staring At would resolve potentially here. Does not. Doesn't have it. So now we're on a 2-turn clock.
That's just how my deck plays in this particular matchup, unfortunately.
I wonder if Derek just has a bad hand.
Well, I did just hear him say, I mean, only I can hear him between the two of us here on commentary team, that he did say this is just how my deck plays into this matchup. So he just is not taking a lot of game actions. Sack Altar. We're playing the Sack Altar version. That makes sense.
Yeah, make use of this.
We are trying to kill this turn.
Yeah, all seems good.
So we can sack these Kikis and one of the spirits, and we can just go in for Electro this turn and try to find lethal.
Yep.
Derek needs Muse or Girl Staring At this turn.
It is indeed. Yeah, search is good.
Oof, and it resolves, so no Muse Staring At comes down here. Electra.
I'm trying to stack. I'll flash in a Sphinx.
Oh, Sphinx helps here a little bit.
Cast Sphinx.
Yes.
So this is only going to deal 8. Unfortunately, the Sphinx won't be able to block. And Travis has 1 will too few to be able to force an Ega statue.
No problem.
So I believe it has been specifically rules that the replacement of Sphinx is not damage prevention. So it does. So Electra does only get to deal 800 here. Yeah, thanks, Patrick in the chat. Judge in the chat. That's the ruling. So Electra does specifically have her damage reduced down to 8. Still does lock out Derek for the turn, but getting the Sphinx out is very, very good for Derek because he's going to get to heal a little bit. Double checking what life totals is. At the end of the turn, because he had to pay life for that too.
Mm-hmm. I think I have it.
And Electra has to swing. She's got Bloodlust. Swiftness, Bloodlust. That spirit came in this turn, would not be able to swing. Has to swing with the Sphinx, or has to swing with the Electra. If Derek wins the minigame, then this is really bad for Travis. Although it's Travis having access to Sealed Stone of Ega does help Derek a lot. Or does help Travis a lot.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Derek, what is your life total, friend?
I think I'm at 16. I took 16 total. No, 14? 14. Should be at 14.
Did you how did you pay for Sphinx? Just to make sure.
White, blue, blue, blue.
Okay, sure.
Two.
Yep, okay. So you should be at 14. Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Nothing before cleanup.
Moving to discard. Get rid of a statue. Doesn't really.
I will drop a turn.
Is there a weird point where I kind of think we could have used statue to flicker the Electra and deal an extra enter effect?
Sure.
And then it would be safe from the Sphinx.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna activate the draw. Or not the draw card. I'm not playing Christie anymore.
Yeah.
Activate the gate 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because then we could. Because then on this turn. Because the Sphinx can still swing. That's the biggest problem, right? Because it would wait until the end of the next turn, but it would protect the Electra, right? Minigame. Derek is saying he's played nothing for the deck. We don't know anything, so Travis isn't sure what to call.
How will I know? Goodness gracious, non-chant?
We're grabbing non-chant.
It is a non-chant. So you gain 13, and then I'll draw a card.
It is a Dark Alice Rabbit Princess being drawn off the top. So that's not what we wanted. We wanted Travis to lose the minigame so then Sphinx could go into the Electra. Although at that point in time, it's kind of worse for him if Travis had saved the statue, because in response to Sphinx swinging, we could just flicker the Electra. All right, and then Travis wouldn't gain any life. Or sorry, Derek wouldn't gain any life, and then Derek would take another 8.
He also missed that Lumia pump
He did. He did pump him. He did gain the 3
during the standby.
He did. Yep.
Yeah.
So we should be at 17. 1749.
Okay, good. I said 17.
Yeah.
Thanks, game. Derek playing a different kind of Force of Will right now. Because I'm not sure what's happening right now.
Okay.
He's got calculations.
So our top 4, or our top 8 right now is Ayu, Odin, Mylist, Moodstart, Almerius, Mooj. We know that's locked in. So far.
We'll cast
Play Shiva.
Hard cast a Shiva because we can't solarize it. This is very good. Because this means
This really answers the Electra.
They did do that. One open? I don't like that.
8 cards.
Replica Shiva, 8 cards in hand, kills the Electra, kills the thing, Sphinx gets 7+1/+1 counters if this resolves, and we get a Trials trigger. The Sphinx is going to get to swing once, because then the Stone Statue of Vega is almost certainly going to force the banish.
It's going to gain 21.
When it swings connected, it will gain... It would be swinging for 20, the Sphinx would.
Oh, because he's getting 7.
Because it'll gain 7 counters.
7.
Yeah, so it'll be a 20. It'll be a 20-24 when this Shiva kills this board, which is pretty gross.
Certainly not bad. I'm wondering if the Wise Dragon variant would play better into this version.
So, like, Travis isn't necessarily in a bad... Like, Travis is in a good spot here, outside of the fact that he has burned a ton of his deck. Like, it's...
Yeah.
Like, the deck will never deck out, but it will run out of resources eventually, right?
Mm-hmm.
Enter effect is on the chase. None of these resonators will lose anything.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm not sure how this is relevant.
Yeah. We'll after this resolves, we'll make sure to be very clear and clarify that attack equal to higher than or equal to their defense.
It's only the ones that have attack higher than.
So attack higher than or equal to the defense.
Okay. So your
'Cause-
stuff will get shrunk and my stuff will be fine.
Seems to be okay.
Why are we doing this? To just try to draw a card?
Okay, so
Sure. Oh, to save his own board. Because their attack will be 0. That's a good play.
Yeah,
So
I think
because
that's
he
probably it.
hard cast the Shiva,
we'll pay 1.
And then sort of prog.
sort of prog. That was a good play. I wouldn't have thought about that.
Yeah.
Get a Trials. Fleeting Moon Jewel to have some will? Or
yeah, that's the cool thing. So you got a lot of relevance.
could be Windchime.
Windchime would be helpful.
The thing is here with the Shiva is nice because when the Iga statue gets cast, the Shiva will still be around, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely Windchime, I would imagine.
So yeah, we'll get Sprout of the Treasure Tree.
Oh,
Sapling of the Treasure Tree.
getting a sapling.
Yeah.
To potentially make another Sphinx.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't.
I was like,
I would think that I would want, in this particular matchup, I think I'd want some resources. I mean, but though it is technically 3 will during Travis's turn, so.
we will proceed to combat. Swing hit you for 20.
Swing.
20 damage, 33 to 29. Oh,
Maybe?
I think. Derek, what's your life total?
36. 36 to his 31.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
36 to 31. We missed some stuff. It happens.
Lean up here. Oh, sorry. Do you have anything for cleanup?
No, I already explored already.
Oh, you already explored. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Discarding a Lunar Lake. Prison in the Lunar Lake.
Got it. Okay.
What's going on here? Like, what's the line for Travis? He's got technically access to 3 will. We can't lose the Shiva to the Iga statue. We only have 6 cards in hand. We've burned through 3 of our 4 spirits. We've burned all of our we burned our Electra. We burned all of our Kikis. So, right, at least 3 Kikis. There might be one more. I don't. We might have gassed out. Is the problem? That's the biggest piece.
I think you probably just cast Ega Stone, right?
I mean, like that has to be that, right? That's step 1. We have the hide in hand. We know that much.
Yeah, so we can recover our stones.
The Shiva did put counters on. He's just tracking it as a single die at the top of the table. GR Zurza, just to make it easier. So it's 2 dice. You can see it right in the middle of the screen. There's a red dice and a purple dice. Yep, it gets RFG'd.
Put it on the bottom.
And now the Shiva has the counters on it. Travis won't ever deck out. The question is, what is it left in the deck that will have answers? Eventually, it's just, a bunch of Ega Stones, right? You just stop. Yeah. But Ega Stone doesn't stop a J ruler.
No.
So we do have just a 10-10, Lumia that can just start beating face a little bit eventually, too.
So it's not beyond the realm of possibility that Travis is running a Horn.
That's true. That is a very real possibility. I would hope that he is playing the Altar version, at least one. Right, just to be able to reload.
Yeah. There's no reason not to.
Travis also has the parasols. That's true. I will add that now that the Sphinx is RFG'd, we can recast it off of Lumia if we flip Lumia over. So.
That's real.
Until the end of next turn, players can only play spells.
Looks like we're trying to lock.
We're locking into main phases.
That's interesting.
I think he's just trying to dig.
So we're basically all playing during main phase until your turn again. Has me spooked, but I'll allow it.
What are we doing here, Travis? 2 will. What's the line to do it here?
We're doing a lot of stuff on his turn, too. Okay. This might be the way around it.
This is the Devote. Oh, what is this called, Carl?
True Believer.
True Believer.
So I can just Parasol my own Believer to kill you.
Last Believer. Whenever this card is dealt damage, it deals that much to your opponent.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of how many cards does he have in hand. It's 2,100? So it's 32? Derek can gain 3 in response?
Cracking Sapling.
I mean, a girl staring at here is disgusting, right? If we have a girl staring at, that would be gross.
I'll pitch the Sacred Barrel. Does it produce 3 white?
We have 3 white floating.
I discard it. Discard it? Yeah. The Sprout goes to RFG. The card I discard goes to Grave.
Doesn't Sprout still just banish?
I'll do 1. I'll attempt to cast it.
Dark Alice.
Oh, no, it's not. It is remove this card from the game.
Yeah, it's,
this isn't lethal is the problem.
It's balanced Sprout.
If we find a girl staring at it, this is practically the end of the game, but...
Yeah. Again, if Travis has a Horn, conceivably, he's It's probably okay, but
But if it's a girl staring, yeah, yeah, that's gross. Yeah, that's good. So now Travis is fully tapped out. Did not successfully shoot Derek for anything. Fully tapped out. Derek can now just kind of, I mean, like he needs Almerius to be able to flip, but like at this point in time, if you hit a pure heart, you just go get Almerius, right?
mm-hmm.
Like we've come this far. Gain 3, go up to 39.
Still not searching. Yeah, I definitely don't. I don't even know if he plays Almerius.
Then it's just weird, right? Because then
Right.
we're just using Lumia for
life gain.
but we're also playing swords, so that also feels weird, right?
Yeah, like why would you not?
Especially now that we've gotten
Yeah.
Especially now that we've gotten rid of the Thunder Parasol. Like,
Travis tapping out on his turn. trying to
yeah,
think-
I mean, like, it would have put Derek to 4, right? So,
Yeah,
like, it's not...
maybe it was worth it.
This is tricky. Shiva's currently swinging for 13.
13.
Takes him out of 16.
Yeah, we'll just go to combat. Swing 13.
Guessing he's taking it.
Yeah, he's taking it.
18.
What an interesting scenario right now.
Yeah, it's like this weird stare down where, like, it honestly is best for Derek to just pass. But not getting the Lumia, like, the Almerius feels incorrect. Right? I feel like there was no reason to not, unless he's just truly not playing it.
Huh.
Travis is at 16.
Why's Travis at 16?
He took 13. He was at 29. He took 13. So, yeah, he should be at 16.
There we go.
If I'm Travis, I think we just spend some time exploring.
Shiva? Yes.
Shiva gets rid of... Yeah. You need, like, because we need to find more Ega stones at this point. Like, that's, like, the way you stabilize here is just Ega stones. To just make it so Derek can't ever hit you.
2 is the standard.
And they go back to bottom of deck as you resolve, right? So, like, we
So-
dig 6 cards deep at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Discard Inquisitor of the
Inquisitor.
Solaris.
How dare you?
I don't remember what this card does.
Yes.
So this is going to put a body on board for Travis so that Derek can shoot it because they both get a token and it cantrips. So this is a somewhat recent development for seer decks, being like a bunch of people aren't committing to board, so we'll make them commit to board with Inquisitors. We saw this a little bit with the Lindley brothers with their Baja seer list. Other decks have been using it as well. Paying 100. Second, another Inquisitor. Derek is at 38 now.
I know, right? You're not playing tokens, didn't expect to need tokens. Like, and then resolve drop.
Now we've got bodies that can swing,
Right.
and we've got things to trigger trials. And because we have Shifa on field, even if Travis does get into an Ega statue or an Ega stone, That'll also make things worse. Because this, if this Dance of Spirits resolves, I believe Travis is out of the game. I think this is the end of the game. And we will go to game 2. We are exploring 6 deep.
I think so, yeah. I think so.
That's what Derek typically uses as tokens, is he uses these like Orica Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Wait. No, we are we had resolved through the mirror. Sorry. I was thinking like what about the mirror, but we already had gone through those turns of being locked to main phases. That already happened. That was on the turn he was trying to protect himself.
Oh, don't forget the token.
We hit at least we hit an Ega Stone and that's really good Ega Stone plus Misty Dragon. The problem being that we're about to be under Sumeria. That's the biggest problem here. Because once the Sumeria resolves, we're locked out for the turn. So Ega now gets rid of the Shiva, but like we would want to use Misty Statue to rest the Shiva, then use the Ega, but we can't. We're trying to get rid of the Shiva.
Yep.
Shiva is gone. Still, this is all in response to the Silmaria trying to... Listen, you're going to make me so I can't cast spells? I'll just cast all my spells right now. That's what we're going to go for here.
And then I will gain 3 with my
Gain 3 goes up to 39. And is setting the stage because why not? Just to draw cycle. The problem is we are now at a point for Travis where there's so few cards in deck that we should see Ega Statue Ega Stone almost every turn. Which is a bad spot for Derek to be in if he actually wants to find lethal. Because in that deck, there are now going to be Thunder Parasols and Ega Stones constantly. So we do reach a point where just like you just can't find damage.
You're at 36 or 30 something.
39.
And Travis is at 18 apparently. Although I will say, interestingly enough, if this does go to a draw on this game, because we're in game 1, Derek is at advantage because he has way more life than Travis. If Travis doesn't find... Travis does have his flowers. But nobody got canceled. The flowers got canceled. If Travis is only playing 1 flower, then Derek weirdly is in a really good spot. Well, that'll do it.
It's always a diversity palace. I love it.
Do we have... The problem is we need Will to be able to...
I will swing at E for 5.
Do you have any other keywords?
No.
Oh, no, but if he blocks here... He doesn't even need... He just needs to kill. He just needs to kill one of these tokens. And Travis is currently locked out of being able to cast spells. This man literally said, "Let's just use Lumia to gain life." We're paying 100.
Alice's fantastic trick, one of your tokens.
Fantastic
It's
trick.
unchaseable.
Trial trigger?
And that's going to get us Zeus Alice for 1,000,000 damage.
Come on in for 300 and...
Oh my gosh. I love it.
Yes, off of trials, yeah.
Yep.
That's so good.
So now we have dealt 310,000 damage or something of the sort. There's so many. It's like 256,000.
Yeah, that's a thing. Start doing it like one.
Yeah,
My God.
that's it.
God, you did this 2 streams in a row. You won
He
the
all-mighted.
$20,
I love it.
I didn't get to win last time.
Reset the life, if you would.
Oh, yeah. Of course.
Oh, you gave me top 8 last time.
Just a heads up, you guys have 20 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, so I ended up getting top 8 and then losing to, I believe it was Azure.
Well, that's certainly a way of getting around massive life gain.
That it doesn't gain all the life, but it still is like crazy. Like, it was just like we just needed to find the Zalus Palace. That was all we needed. I was just like, where's the lethal? Oh, there it is. That'll do.
What is he trying to? Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Winning game 1 feels great for Derek because Travis does have to find lethals. That's the biggest problem, and Derek does get to gain 3 life every turn. So even though we never flipped Lumia, the life gain from Lumia might come into play incredibly relevantly here.
I did unsideboard, but I did not take out my full sideboard.
Like I know what just happened. But what just happened?
So I have.
It's just like
18 card sideboard.
dirtling.
going into game 2.
Slowly.
We're getting there.
we are looking at all my cards.
We're looking at a lot of cards.
Looking at all of cards. Looking at all of your cards. Looking at all of my cards. Looking at all your cards.
And then we'll see, like, if Derek's in this weird position, right, where if he sees mirrors and if he sees mirrors, saves them for the if we save our mirrors for the doggos, the water spirits, and for the sack altar, then the life gain from Lumia puts us out of Travis's reach in this match. Outside of maybe just like hitting the T1, burn your opponent to death with the Thunder Parasol, but the problem there is also that Derek is playing Lumia, so you need 11 cards in hand to be able to one-shot Derek. Seems difficult to execute on. So we'll see how this goes. These guys are also just really great players. I'm sitting here. You guys can't hear it very much, but I'm just sitting and hearing the two players just, chatting it up about life as they get stuff ready here. Which doesn't really work to Travis's benefit. Like, he kind of wants to keep moving, but good sports are good sports. Sixteen and a half minutes left on clock, gentlemen. Just letting you know. Let's see how this goes. Paul, what do you think? Do you think 16 minutes is enough time on the clock for Travis here?
For Travis? I have no idea. For Derek? No.
I mean, listen. We could get that diversity palace back out here. We could put in some work. Crystal Barrel Stone. Let's see what else we got. Do we give Travis a token at the end of this turn? And just start pushing pressure? Blind Explore.
It seems that Derek's whole plan...
And we hit it.
It seems that Derek's whole plan is just, like, let Travis do what Travis wants to do, and then when he tries to go for the win, just punish him for trying to win, and then he never comes back.
I'm going to pay 100 for a Sword of Prague. That's very true.
I just don't know how, like, I don't know what the game plan is for Travis outside of that, right?
Yeah, I mean, Travis has to rush, right? Like, Travis has to take us to a game 3 is the biggest problem. And Derek does get to gain 300 life every turn. Like, he's back to 42, right? So, if Derek can keep these water doggos off the field long enough, then, like, it works pretty well in his favor.
Water Dolphin Pirates.
Water Dolphin Pirates.
Water Dog Dolphin. Pirates.
Whiff and have to tuck a card back to bottom of the play.
Oof.
Gonna do Kiki's Exploration, I imagine. Pay 2, goes down to 38. I imagine this is a Kiki's Exploration. Yeah. If I'm Derek, we cancel this. Yeah, we're going to mirror that one. Interesting. Coin setting the stage to try to protect it, maybe? Derek could have another sort of prog here, which would be
coin.
backbreaking. That's really good for...
Second mirror?
Oof, setting got to resolve.
Oof.
This is rough. The Kiki's exploration now. The question becomes, do we see double doggo?
Double water dog dolphin pirate?
Yeah, double water dog dolphin pirate would be very bad news for Derek here, because that's 27, and then it's just like, okay, that's a 2-turn clock. I didn't want us to die this fast. I think we saw at least one. No water dolphin doggos is very good for... Oh, well, there's one. Oh, it's another Kiki. This was like the best possible, like the least bad good out for Travis. Like this was like the least bad for Derek, good explorer for Travis.
On the
right?
list of good things, ranging from top being the best and bottom being the worst, this was like number 4.
Yeah,
of
for
5.
sure, for sure, 100% for Derek. Yeah, for Derek. Yeah. Fantastic trick, the 9/9, because we've at least cast a card. That helps a lot. Fantastic trick helps a lot. This gets us trials.
When I've piloted Derek's decks in the past where he plays Diversity Palace, I saw that card an absurd amount.
The fantastic trick? That's a magic wind chime.
No, I was like specifically the Kingdom of Diversity.
Oh, the Kingdom of Diversity
The Light
Palace?
Palace, yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that card an absurd amount, so I'm like, what? Maybe he's just found this card. Maybe he just has it, and then he played Wind Chime instead of Alice. So I don't know.
Well, getting a free wind chime here is pretty good. It's
Certainly
extra
not
will
bad.
to be able to play into Travis's turn. Because again, the onus is on Travis to find damage. We knew the card on top was the Ega statue, which we explored before draw. 4C1. Like, the onus is on Travis to find lethal here. And so if Derek can just answer every Muse Spirit, or every Blue Spirit, we're in pretty decent shape. Kikis don't threaten at all. Gain 3, up to 43. Let's see what else comes out of this. Forcey and left it on top, and then past turn. Feels like there's probably another Doggo Spirit there. See, if I'm Derek, if I'm not maining them, I certainly sideboarded into Muse. Oh. So it's either. So the thing is, you think it's a Lunar Lake. That legitimately could be Reflected Blue Moon.
Our new 5-drop moon.
Which would be insanely good for Derek. Because what he can call with this is he can call the Water Spirit, and it loses the ability to be revealed and cheated in for free. Which would be huge for Derek. So what you do here is in response to the... if that is Reflected Blue Moon, in response to an Explore attempt is when you flip it. In this particular, in game 1, being up on life, no Water Spirits on board, that is 1,000,000% the play if it's Reflected Blue Moon. But it clearly is not. Because we're going to try to explore something. getting at least a Kiki, if not a Water Spirit, but it won't be able to swing this turn.
We did see he had Lunar Lake Prison.
We do know he has Lunar Links. I just don't think Lunar Lake's that great here. I mean, it hits the Kikis, I suppose. And it could hit
the Electra,
it could
too.
hit the Electra as well, but you still just die to these spirits swinging in the air. Although I think Derek's plan is to try to just permanently answer them. Is this Muse staring at?
Mirror to stop it.
Did it lock them both to main phases? Curse Mirror to try to pay 2 to lock and cancel the guy, expel the guy, and draw and lock to main phases.
And this lasts until Derek's turn, right?
This lasts until the end of Derek's turn. Draw. He forgot to gain 3 life because he should have Lumiaed at the end of Travis's turn. We're in Sphinx World. We're at Sphinx Mana.
Sacred Burial.
He's going to give him the spirit back to ramp a stone, draw a card. Not a card that I expected to see off of this list. Derek out here making some crazy decks. We're attempting to go to end phase, so Travis has to do something here in main phase. Yeah, and so we're double checking that Derek is passing priority to Travis to attempt to leave main phase, and we're going to try to go to end phase. So Travis has to do something now. We're going to explore 3.
Yeah.
So makes me think this is not reflected blue moon face down. This is pretty sure. Oh, and a full whiff. Rough. That's rough. So this is either a Lunar Lake or the best bluff of all time from Derek. Right? Because that being Electra, because that being a Lunar Lake means that Electra like feels bad, right? Because a Lunar Lake doesn't have to cancel it to kill the thing.
Mm-hmm.
It just cancels and destroy it. So like, I honestly wouldn't hate that as a bluff for Travis, right? Just put a card down on the turn that we hit a Water Stone to threaten Lunar Lake to like make him feel like it's not safe to go in for Electra, right? Also, is the wording of Lunar Lake setting the stage of Providence cannot be targeted? Does Lunar Lake actually target?
It does not.
That's a question for a judge, because the updated wording might be that it... This is the old wording, and it was on a promo. We're going to TCG player. It does not. It just says cancel that ability and destroy that resonator. So I don't know if Lunar Lake if Lunar Lake might get around setting the stage.
Well, setting the stage
Says the cards can't be targeted. Doesn't say they can't be canceled.
on the chase.
Right. But Lunar Lake could still cancel the Electra's Enter ability and kill something. If it doesn't target the Enter ability, you can still technically cancel even under a
I hear
setting the
what you're
stage.
saying. In regard to the Enter.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We might have a judge call on our hands now that this setting the stage is resolved.
Ega Stone to make tokens?
Statues. Yeah, we're going to make tokens. Yep. 44 to 38 on life totals here. I don't think you care. Just trying to draw for Travis.
Wait, is he making tokens?
Yeah, he's making tokens.
He is making tokens.
He's grabbing some tokens real quick. 5 spider tokens. Pokemon code cards.
Hey. Advertising.
They are 1/1s. Okay, this is before Travis's recovery.
Notice he put the codes face down. He doesn't want you to get his packs.
He doesn't want you to take his packs from him. Yeah. Second Moonshade here. This is rough for Travis, right? Like the advantage right now is currently in Derek's favor.
Yeah.
Like there's no pressure here. Nothing's going to be able to swing. 2 minutes left on clock. Down a game.
I called it for Derek like 5 minutes ago.
There's certainly a world. The problem is that face down. And if it's not a Lunar Lake, that is the biggest like bluff I've ever seen. Go down to 36. We're making tokens to try to make an altar. We could walk into another girl staring at. Oh, the setting the stage got canceled by a sort of prog.
It did?
Yeah, apparently they're just talking about it. We must have missed it while we were looking at the conversation of setting the stage versus Lunar Lake. Mirror and Parasol. Girl staring at helps here. I still think the Lunar Lake helps here. The Lunar Lake does get stopped by the mirror, though. That's the biggest problem.
Is there a mirror in that?
Yeah, there's a mirror in the top for Travis. Yep. So the Lunar Lake gets stopped by the mirror. The problem is it doesn't kill. We're going to save 2 spiders.
Crack altar. Look for Electra.
It's got to be girl staring at, right? Like, it has to be. We could mirror here. That is time on round. That is time on round, guys. You are in 10 minutes of overtime. So, Travis, you are turn 0. Mirroring the activation of the altar is pretty good. And this is why we're playing Seer Lumia instead of Seer Christie, is because we want to not have a wind ruler, so we can play Sword of Progress and Mirror in the same deck. This turn has illustrated what we're doing. We wanted 1-cost swords and we wanted 1-cost mirrors, so we play Seer Lumia.
Just play good cards.
Muse Staring At also answers this as well, so trying to get Travis to fight him over this mirror works. But canceling, making Travis burn the making Travis burn the altar here is really good. We're exploring with Travis, seeing what we can possibly see. This gets us...
Ego statue and pausing.
Ego statue doesn't help us here. It's only defensive. It makes a bunch of tokens for next turn, I suppose, but it's not great. They're only 1/1s. And we get a guy, but it can't swing this turn. If this mirror resolves, that is the game for Derek, because there's no way that Travis can't win this game under that circumstance outside of having the bolt yourself line, which is very risky and not enough cards in hand. Okay, the activate counter has happened. We've stopped the altar.
That's
and a
three
pass.
3 mirrors from Derek.
Yep. Derek is turn 1. Gets to gain another 300 life here. Gets to play Shiva this next turn. And just wipe this board off the face of the earth.
Yeah, at this point, Derek is just like, I just got to
play smart.
Maintain your board.
I think that's a bluff. I think that face down card is a bluff.
You think that's a bluff? I don't think it's a bluff.
I think it's a bluff.
I don't think it's a bluff. I think it's a second answer to the
Hold
Electra.
on. Gotta do this.
Is it
Hold on. Gotta do this.
Love it.
Gotta do it. Hold on. I gotta ask a thing.
Is bluff?
Let's find out what the chat thinks. Is it bluff? I think it. Unchaseable trick gets rid of the doggo. Paying 1 goes down. And get a trials trigger. Paul, is that you who voted in the poll?
No.
I think it's a bluff.
I don't think it's a bluff. Okay, well, it's not me. It's just the version of me that lives in Illinois named Pat.
Oh, sure. Got it.
He's my simulacrum.
Let's see.
Or am I the simulacrum?
I think who's older? You, probably? So you're the simulacrum? Or so he's your simulacrum?
I can't cast magic, so I mean,
here we go.
Who knows?
Moving on. Gonna gain 3, go up to 50. Pure Heart. So this is Derek's turn 1. Truly not playing Elmarius. Just using it for life gain and to be able to play both. Someone agrees with me that it's a bluff. I'm going to ask when the match is over. I'm going to ask if it's a bluff.
And then you win a Force of Will the movie token.
We're just going to hard pay for this Shiva and get the last 2 things off the board and get a trials trigger. Pays 200. Oh, wait. For 2 white. We are just hard judgmenting Lumia. Oh, we're at 47 life for Derek. Boop. And now the Lumia cannot be rested by statue. Can be parasoled, but we have Sword of Progress to be able to stop the parasol. And we've got 4 will to burn.
So he did Judgment and...
Judgmented, and in response to Judgment, tap the Lumia so that you gain 3 and she comes into play tapped. It's a really good strat to avoid getting statued.
So he would be at 50?
He's currently at 47. We've been off on his life total. I heard Derek say it to himself.
Okay. Okay. Dude, they're closing in, man. They're closing in.
Listen. We're going to keep the poll open until right before I ask Derek to flip the card over. Until this game is over, this poll is open. I think it's a bluff. I think that card is 100% a bluff. Which would be, honestly, brilliant from Derek. Because it's very threatening. Because it means that this mirror has to be saved for exactly that. Which makes Travis feel really awkward. Right? We're making some more spider tokens at this point in time. Even more spiders.
Spooters, go.
4 more spiders. We're getting rid of a spider token with Sword of Prague thanks to the Lumia activation. 1 less spider to swing Bane with. Currently sitting on, by the way, 6 will for Derek. Because he has Treasure Tree out.
Yeah.
All Derek would have to do is just use Treasure Tree, cast Girl Staring At, and then the game's over. But 2 minutes 27 left on the clock. 4C1. As soon as I call time on round, I'm going to end the poll and we're going to see if it's a bluff or not. Oh no. Travis's internet. No.
I think the internet said no. The time is now.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Okay.
He's back.
Good.
We were in the middle of exploring. We're good. Flowers is kind of helpful. Kiki's kind of helpful. Gets to draw. Although we're probably going to use Sword of Prague on the Kiki, I imagine, to stop him from being able to draw. Although maybe you wait for the altar to get cast because it's the only thing that matters. Yeah, you don't care about that. Yeah. The draw here doesn't matter. Only the lethal line matters.
Mm-hmm.
Still before the enter effect of Kiki resolves, we're going to Thunder Parasol the Lumia. Certainly enough to kill her, but I don't think you care. I think you Sword of Prague and bounce one of the tokens just 'cause. Go down to 46. Yep. Sword of Prague to cancel a token.
That parasol gets shuffled.
It does not. It does not resolve.
It
has
does
been
not
canceled
it's
by
been
a
canceled.
sword.
It's been canceled. Sorry.
Second. Oh, no. Just 1 stone.
Second
Another parasol. This is still before the Kiki's enter effect resolves.
I think Travis is trying to walk.
The problem is he's eating the clock.
Crack.
That's not a Dance of Spirits. That's a Girl Staring At. A Sphinx. That is end of overtime. Please put down your cards. Derek, you are the winner of the match, 1-0-1. The stream, don't stop though. 1 second. The stream has had a poll and we want to see, just make sure you both are in agreement that is the end of the match. Good. Yep. Derek, the stream wants to know if that face down card is a bluff. I lost. Ah, man. Okay.
I told you.
We had it was literally, it was 55 to 44% that it wasn't a bluff, but we wanted to see.
I knew.
He was, yeah, there was no bet. There was no bet. We just wanted to
Yes.
see for the stream. So, okay. Thanks, guys. I mean, you were right, but I stand on the statement that it would have been a smart bluff. I stand by that. I think it would have been smart. Obviously, it was better that it wasn't a bluff, but it would have been smart if it was a bluff. Like, it would have been a good bluff. Using the face downs. So, I think we're just waiting on records at this point. I think everyone is done. And then just waiting for final standings. Let me make sure. Oh, okay. I have it. So I can give us our final standings here. Here we go. In first seed, with 13 points on IU is Cal Tuma. Yay! Second seed on 12 points on Almerius Moodstart is Daniel Negrete. Yay! In third place on 12 points is Rustin Wagaman on My List Moodstart Inferno. Yay! In fourth place with 12 points on Lehen is David Smith. Yay! In fifth seed with 10 points on My List Moodstart is Joseph Colin. Yay! In sixth place with 10 points is Logan Moses on Odin. Yay! In seventh place with 10 points on Seer Lumia is Derek Mugueneza. Yay! And in eighth place with 9 points on Oct is Steven Jeswain. Jeswain, we got there. Good job, buddy.
The movie made it to the final.
The movie card made it into top 8. Yes, Force of Will, the movie, the card in the top 8 of a GP. Let's freaking go.
We taught the canceled movie to top 8.
He got it. He won it on Breakers. He did win it on Breakers. There were 7 people at X2. And Jeswain on Oct wins it on Breakers. He was the one person on X2 made it into top. So congratulations to everybody. That is IU, Almerius Moodstart, My List Moodstart, Lehen, a second My List Moodstart, Odin, Seer, Lumia, and Oct. That is 7 unique rulers in our top 8 of this event today. That is dope. Super awesome to see. So that is going to be it for us. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Paul, thanks for being here for commentary on day 1. I'll be riding solo on day 2 commentary for top 8 tomorrow. So take it here. And until next time, this is us, DMO73, and
Class dismissed.
bye.